I'm here with Abe Dinkus right now, the one and only Abe Dinkus, you know?
And with that, welcome in. So, tonight I have a plan to do a review of a video that I was sent. I have not fully watched it, I just watched a little bit of the intro on the video, and I thought it would be interesting to share with you guys while I react. And then, after that, depending on how long that takes, I will open it up to a panel so we can chat about either what's in the video or what else we want to talk about. I mean, there's a lot going on. Whether it's the Raging Tomato talking about what happened on grids, Grid talking about what happened on grids, or hell, we can even do like a panel watch of Andrew's most recent debate or something like that. Or we could just come up and argue. Could debate with me about something. Very grainy, robot-y. Okay, hold on a sec. Alright, is that better? You'll have to let me know, chat. Hopefully it's better. Find out, huh? And then we can go from there. Good. Alright, perfect. Sweet. Alright, so the thing that I wanted to review is a clip, not a clip, a video of Nick Freitas. I'm sure you guys have seen Nick Freitas. And this one specifically is about all of the events and things going on in Minneapolis right now, because I think it's, as I've said before, I think that this is a sign or a symbol of the things that are going on overall in our nation. And I've made the correlation that if it is the case that these people have their signal chats and their underground communications and they're tracking ICE and they're doing all of these things, and the local government is also supporting those actions, that it looks an awful lot like an insurgency or a level of insurrection against the federal government and its jurisdiction or its authority to act the way that it has been. And so when we talk about those kinds of things, it ties into what we've seen from military action and military personnel over the past, I don't know, since the beginning of America, more or less, but at the very least, definitely within my generation's lifetime, and I'm sure the one before it. So we've been in war zones, combat zones that seem to be functioning a lot like this weird pseudo-guerrilla tactics of underground communication to stifle what you see as your enemy and keep them from doing the very thing that the government has tasked them with doing. So anyway, without too much, well, we only have 3 people in here, and so it makes me think, what is going on? I gotta draw a bigger crowd than this. Where's my folks at? I know Confluence is live right now, and he's been pretty entertaining, mostly because he's got craziness going on his panels recently, but yeah, so that, and Grid has a debate going on with Marte, I believe. Tomato was live, but she ended. I know Elder Lion is also live doing a gaming stream. Teriak is live doing a gaming stream. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Welcome in. And you got Brandon. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. So, with that said, if you guys wanted to share this out in the Discords that you want to share it in, I'd be open to that. You don't have to. Thank you. Another gifted membership from Gorilla Biscuits. That's 2. 1 and 2. Who did we get? We got Brandon and we got Bumbumbly. I'm not sure who Bumbumbly is, but thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Thank you very much. Oh, welcome in, Auntie. Welcome in. Yeah. Actually, this season's been really weird. It's like winter but spring-like. Like it's winter at night but spring during the day, and February is usually our coldest month, so it's been really, really strange weather. Very, very. So, we'll see how that turns out, huh? God bless you too, Gorilla Biscuits. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and start this review, and people can ask questions if they come in late, but I figured it would be a good one, because for me specifically, I'm a combat veteran, and I believe Nick Freitas is also a veteran. I don't know about his combat service, but I'm sure his takes are going to actually come from that viewpoint, and so I figure I could give at least my side, right? As a Marine, I think Nick Freitas was either Army or Navy, I can't remember which. Cold ASF here, says K2. I bet it is, K2. I know the East has been getting hit with the cold that usually hits us. It was hitting us, and then now it's tended to you guys, and it didn't slow down, which is really crazy. So, thank you for the big $2, K2. I appreciate it greatly. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to go ahead and play this. We'll get cooking into it a bit and see how it goes.
Have you ever spent a lot of time just in rigorous study and analysis to try to get really good at something? And not only through education or training, but like actual experience. Been at a point where you could spot a problem, you can see the direction something was going, and people just completely disregarded it based exclusively on vibes. That's kind of where I feel like I'm at right now. And it's crazy because I know I have to be careful moving forward, because you can't just yell or shout or get angry about this, but it's hard not to. Because what I'm seeing going on right now, not just with Minneapolis and Minnesota, but when I'm watching the response, I'm watching as this response is manifesting, and it's frustrating. It's really frustrating because now we've got Lisa Murkowski and Tom Tillis calling for Secretary Noem to be removed because of what's going on in Minneapolis. I saw someone on one of my posts just the other day say, you know, Nick, the Democrats might not be having
Thank you,
right,
Gorilla
but
Biscuits. I
nobody's happy
appreciate
about
it.
what the GOP is doing in the streets right now. And of course, all of Hollywood is out there with the exact same lines talking about, you know, ICE out and everything else. And a part of me gets it. A part of me gets it because this is uncomfortable. But another part of me is sitting here going, what did you expect exactly?
Indeed.
And this is an area where I think we're at a point in the United States where we've not only become a victim
Big
of our own
five. Thank you,
success
Gorilla
in many
Biscuits.
respects,
And
but there
another
is an
2
expectation for how
from
things should
K2.
be
Confluence
done that is
is,
completely unrealistic with the
I think you can
operational
read it.
environment that we find ourselves in.
K6
And
Fluence.
when I say that I've spent a lot of time trying to understand operational environments, I don't just mean from being on social media, right? Like, I don't just mean being from an elected office or working in politics.
Mr. We'll have to look into that.
The consequences for getting it wrong were a lot more stark. So when I was a Green Beret,
Army.
they used to emphasize all the time, understand your operational environment. And the reason why they hammered this home is because Green Berets have a very, very unique mission within the military. There's a lot of units that do things like counterterrorism or direct action operations. And a lot more units now start to do counterinsurgency operations. But Green Berets really were set up as this idea of we do counterinsurgency and unconventional warfare. And I used to joke that that's what prepared me for domestic politics. And people would kind of chuckle, but I was actually serious. Because one of the things that you found being a Green Beret is that you were training for situations where you wouldn't have the typical overwhelming firepower, air support that we're all used to now. You were training for areas where you're going to have to work by, through, and with the local population to try to achieve your objective. And so when you...
So this is exactly what I was talking about. It's reminiscent of the service that we did overseas because we had to deal with working with the local populations against a pseudo-guerrilla-like warfare coming from an enemy force, or at the very least, a force that is opposed to us. In my case, definitely an enemy force, and in the case in Minneapolis, it's similar, but these are still citizens, and it makes it a lot harder when it comes to judgment calls.
Look at the Green Berets that in the first wave in Afghanistan, which that wasn't me, by the way. But if you look at the Green Berets that were the first wave in Afghanistan, they're out there operating on horseback, not tanks, right? They're not flying around in helicopters everywhere. They're working with the Northern Alliance in order to try to defeat and undermine the Taliban. And so it's not like those guys had enough force at their back to compel compliance. It's not like they could go off and just conduct all the operations exclusively based off their own power. They had to convince other people to work with them in order to achieve an objective.
I have to agree with this 100%. When we were in Iraq in 2004, we had to do similar. And I don't know how many of you remember this, but we didn't have armor for vehicles. Like our Humvees didn't have armor. We were sent into these combat spaces with our body armor and our weapons, and our vehicles were not armored, and we were supposed to go out and do these patrols, both of IEDs and of basically enemy combatants, and we would have to win the trust of the people, the local peoples in the areas. And in order to do that, it took time, and it took getting to know the area and the people. And once they knew that we weren't there to harm everyone, we were there to specifically get rid of the people that were hurting them and their nation, then they were more than willing to help. But it did. It took a lot, and we didn't, like he said, we didn't have the ability to just roll in and suppress everything to control the entirety of the area. We had to be very careful where we went, who we talked to, how we acted, because you didn't know who was friend and who was foe. And I dare say that it's very possible these ICE agents are in a very similar place.
Likewise, that's the unconventional warfare side. Likewise, on the counterinsurgency side, then you were working in an environment where you probably did have something more akin to overwhelming power. You could control battle space. And then the other side would operate in a way that was, we commonly refer to as asymmetric warfare. It was this idea that they knew you had more power than them, so they had to operate in such a way that took advantage of your weaknesses. And so they wouldn't try to get in pitched battles with U.S. forces. That was a great way to get killed. They would pick little things, whether it was picking off logistics units where they could increase U.S. casualties, or whether it was they could do something that would make America look bad in the press and potentially influence public opinion. These were the strategies they used to achieve their end states. And last episode, I talked about all the various strategies within Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals and how they're currently being applied and how they have been very successfully applied in the past. And I gave the warning. It was like, guys, this is a tactic, right? What many people are, what many Americans look at and see as organic behavior is in many cases very, very calculated, planned out, well-funded. And I was going to do a whole episode on this whole idea of signal gate, because there was just a bunch of communications on Signal, which not only demonstrate a bunch of people that were not there to actively protest or peacefully protest, they were there to obstruct and to dox ICE agents, to potentially put ICE agents.
Basically what I've said before, like that's an insurgency cell. That's an underground communications network in order to cause damage, to stop the mission of, to obstruct, and to cause harm to the federal agents acting in that area. It would be the same as you come into a village and there's an underground network seeking to destroy the military unit who's come in specifically to root out whatever issue is happening there, whether it's the insurgents or not, and the insurgents are popping out and taking maneuvers or actions against those troops. And we see the very similar thing in these scenarios. It's very much a coordinated action, Mr. Mister. That's why I've likened it to the insurgencies that we fought against overseas. And this is not to diminish that these are U.S. citizens. This is to say these actions they're taking are extremely similar to what we've already seen from, again, guerrilla-like tactics to either damage an enemy force or, like he just said, to sway public opinion in the rest of the nation or the international community against the U.S. to make us or our government stop its actions, even if those actions are right and justified. And so, especially when it comes to the left, things like Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky, you're going to see that these tactics very much dovetail into them trying to create a purpose, a reason to turn against the U.S. government, against ICE, against justified action by the U.S. Federal government doing the job that it's tasked to do. President Trump was voted in with the primary goal of immigration being put under control and those who are illegals being deported. And so what we're seeing from ICE is exactly the thing that the majority of people voted to have taken as actions, and yet we see this underground movement seeking to stop them. So yeah, absolutely, it's a coordinated cell, right? It's an underground or a sleeper type cell of people who are taking actions behind the encryption of Signal against the federal government.
In danger, not just protest what they were doing. And it appears that certain government officials in Minnesota might have been on those threads. And it looks like it's possible, it hasn't been confirmed yet, that they were using state resources in order to give these organizations a heads up on where ICE was going to be, where they would be sleeping at night. It also looks that foreign funding is involved in supporting a lot of these protest groups. And I was going to go a whole thing on that, on what are the accusations, what is the evidence, how relevant is it? Could this lead to trials and convictions for everything from treason to insurrection to obstruction?
As well as it should.
And as I'm going through, as I'm preparing for all this, and I'm thinking about this morning, it's like, that's not the bigger problem that we have right now. The bigger problem that we have right now is that the left has continued to escalate things to a point where they now have a reaction from the right that they think they can exploit to their benefit to cause Donald Trump to pull ICE back, to cause the American public to vote Democrat in the midterms and completely put an end to all of this. And I've watched people that probably typically agree with me on my feed going, well, Nick, I don't agree with the Democrats, but I don't like what's going on right now. And I want to look at them and be like, good, you're not supposed to. But how do you want to fix this problem exactly? How do you want to fix this problem at this stage? Because we have this idea that, well, no, we will just go out and do the right thing and everything will operate and everything will transpire the way we'd anticipate to. And the moment it doesn't look good on TV, well, we're all going to pull back and we're going to pause and we're going to figure out how to correct it because after all, we believe in the truth. And you know what? That's great. I do too. I believe in the truth. I want operations to go off effectively, efficiently.
See, I've made this exact same plea. Look, I don't want people harmed. I don't want people shot. I don't want people hurt. I don't want any of these things that are happening to happen. But what we can see is that these ICE agents, these federal agents are out here doing a job. And their job is, we're going to receive this warrant or this notification that we must go and apprehend this person. They go into these areas, and this underground cell then stirs as much trouble as possible so that the ICE agents are in complete chaos. And then they do things like what we saw from the Peretti fellow who kicked the taillight out of the vehicle, spit on the officers, kept getting in their faces and pushing, all these things. And of course, that's cut off of the video. You don't get to see him taking all of these actions from the media. You only see that if you go and look for it. And so, we want it to be done the right way. We don't want American citizens to be harmed in the arrest and deportation of illegals. But guess what? If the American citizens have created an underground network in order to obstruct justice, obstruct the arrest of illegals, then they have taken it upon themselves to put themselves into that jeopardy. And it isn't on the ICE agents that these people are getting in their way, pushing and shoving, spitting on them, busting up the vehicles, or in other places, destroying vehicles and raiding them after the fact, or blocking up the roadways in front of ICE facilities. That is the action of an underground cell of people seeking to obstruct an insurrection force. And so the right thing isn't that we stop ICE from doing their job that the American people have voted for them to do. It is that we stop these people from causing so much strife in them taking the actions that they should. Now, if people have a huge issue with this, then they need to be petitioning, they need to be suing, they need to be taking the legal recourse, or even suing when they are cordoned off or pushed out of the way because they were too close. You want to see action, then go do the legal thing to see that action through. You don't get in their face, you don't push and shove, you don't try to cause harm to officers, you don't try to obstruct them physically with your body. So I think that it's also a very serious effect here, because if these officers are in fear of being struck from behind, which we've seen in riots, we've seen in protests for years at this point, then they're going to be hyper vigilant. And you can say, well, they need to have better training. You shouldn't give that guy that position. Well, guess what? Every one of us would be hyper vigilant in the same place, because it's been years of prolonged protest that leads to rioting in the streets with violence and attacks. And so if that is the case, they're going to be hyper vigilant regardless of who's there. And so we need to take that into mind. Keep that rolling around in your head. that it's already the state everywhere that they're going.
And I don't want innocent people to get hurt. I don't want people to die. I don't want any of that. But I can't emphasize this enough. The other side gets a say. And they've decided they don't want to cooperate. And they've decided that they want to continually escalate. And so now if you're an ICE agent or you're Border Patrol or you're a law enforcement officer and you're expected to go out and enforce the law, you're not just doing so through the dynamic, through the lens of, here's the law, I'm a law enforcement officer, I will now go out and enforce the law against the people who are breaking it. No, now you have this whole apparatus of well-funded protesters, of people coordinating with activists and government.
It's actually another thing. I think that the federal government, that the investigation arms like FBI and others should be looking into where the funding for this huge movement of protest is coming from. Because if it is, in fact, foreign dollars, then we're looking at a foreign-led insurgency. If it's not foreign, then you have people at the very least breaking the law on behest of someone else with pay to do so. And so there would be RICO charges connected to that, I would imagine. So we should definitely be looking into that in great detail.
Officials and foreign money to obstruct you in what you're doing. And you're being told, you better accomplish this mission. You better do it, because we want people deported. We want people that have violated the law. We want people that not only violated the law with respect to immigration law, we want the ones that then have committed additional crimes. We want them to be deported, but you better do it in a way that always and at all times looks good on TV so that we can sell it to someone that has zero training and is not interested in understanding context. They're only interested in how what they see on TV makes them feel.
Exactly.
And here's what it feels like to me.
Okay, before we get into that, because I'd love to know how he feels about it, because I can imagine that a lot of vets in our same position feel similar. The feel thing is a great weapon used against people, right? When you are in a debate, which we've all seen these debates where you are debating some topic, you'll see a plea to emotion come up, and it's a very useful tool because humans are very emotional creatures. A lot of our voting habits, a lot of our decision-making habits are all based on our emotional states. And so when they do these things, they do it intentionally, knowing how it's going to affect you emotionally. Right? What I can say is there's a level that you need to know not to fall for the emotional plea. You have to look at things and say, hold on a minute. I'm going to look into this further, and I need to know that I'm not being manipulated using my emotions. Well, when we say this, right, you look at these protests, you look at these events, you even look at the signal calls that are going on, and what you'll find is that they're roping in the female population by the masses. How are they doing that? Well, it's emotional pleas. When you feel bad for other human beings, you're going to see women swayed more often than men by the emotional plea that's being made. And then those women are going to turn around and sway other women, or sway the men of their area, their life, right, if they can. And that's why you see in most of these big, high-profile protests, masses of usually middle-aged or early adult women in these crowds. The reason is they've been emotionally manipulated to believe they need to mother hen this. They need to go in to protect. You have to resist that urge, and you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose of what I'm seeing? Why am I seeing this and not the whole scope of the situation? Now, I'm going to listen to Nick Freitas, and I'll let you know if I agree with how he feels about these current events as a combat veteran.
That knows what it is to go into dangerous operations, to go get dangerous people, to do it in environments which are not always permissible. Have you ever seen an episode in a store, right, where
that may be true, Seth, but it may also be women that do have families that are just left-leaning. They already have a predilection to be more progressive, and because of that, they've bought into all of it, all the tolerance for tolerance sake and compassion till it's toxic. And if that's the case, then they'll get wrangled into these kinds of things, because there's plenty of manipulators out there that are very proficient in convincing people that this thing that makes them feel bad has to be stopped, even if it's just.
the little 5 or 6-year-old is just screaming, throwing a temper tantrum.
Are you saying you want that played right now, K2? Humans are gay. $5 from K2. Thank you, K2. And another $5 from K2. Servitude leads to prosperity for Helgast. K2, if you want that played, can we wait till after this video? It's about a 30-minute, and then afterwards, I promise I can play it for you. If you remind me as soon as this is over. Because it is still in my media assets.
They want the toy, they want the cereal, they want the candy bar, whatever it is.
Hello, Nexus. Welcome in. Thank you for being here.
And
welcome in, not Voltaire. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, what a brat. And maybe the mom is over there trying to get him to calm down. And then dad comes over. And dad is not about explaining this to them. Dad is about them behaving. And right as you're like, finally, someone's going to make this kid stop being a little brat, mom intervenes. Mom intervenes and tells dad, no, I got it. It's fine. And then she gives the boy the toy or the cereal or the candy bar or whatever it is to placate him. Right? She pauses the discipline. And then she rewards the behavior. And she scoops up. It's okay, little Billy. It's all right. I've got you. It's okay. Just calm down.
Well, yes, K2, I made that song on last episode. I can play it for you as soon as we're done with this review, if you like. And I didn't even look, but if we make that goal, I'll open up a panel as well. So, all right, here we go.
And dad is looking there like, are we serious right now? And look, mom's embarrassed, right? She doesn't want her child to be flailing around in the aisle of the grocery store. She's embarrassed.
Well, I forgot to mention, that's actually a really good point. It's not just the emotional plea of compassion. It's also ostracization. And this is human-wide, obviously not all humans, because you learn to resist it over time, but you fear being put out of the in-group. And so there's definitely a level of, well, these are my people. Speaking of like progressives, right? And if you don't toe the line, you're going to get cut out of the group, which means you lose your friends, you lose your status in the group, all of these things. And so if you don't go along with it, you're also threatening your own placement in the group. So now you have compassion because you're a good person, and that makes you feel like you are the good person by being compassionate. And the second part is to not get cut out of your in-group. Both of these are pretty strong motivators, and they both get used to wrangle people into these causes.
It's about people watching. She's afraid of what it looks like to other people that maybe don't understand the context. Right? There's legitimate.
Good to see you, Blood Logos. Sorry I didn't say it before.
Peace to the situation. And we can all sympathize with that. But a part of us also knows that she's not doing it the right way. Because what happens with that kid? What does the child learn from this engagement? Well, the most obvious thing is if I yell and scream, I get what I want. If I yell and scream in public, I get what I want. And the public component might be important.
I don't know about you guys. When I was growing up, if something like that happened, and I'll throw this out there, I'm the oldest of quite a few children. So, I'm 41 now, but I was the oldest of a bunch of children. And if one of us did something like this, it was a grabbed by the ear or the hair, and you're taken out to the vehicle, and you're going to sit in that vehicle until dad comes back out of that store. And God help you. At least that's how you felt. God help you, because you did this to yourself. It didn't take very long for us to not misbehave in stores at all. It even got to the point where Dad could turn around and look at you and say, go sit in the car. You would go sit in that car and you would feel, God help me, the whole time. Because guess what? That's not how you behave in public. That is something lacking today. And we need to bring that back. And it's not because you're going to get beat, although you may, because sometimes what you've done does actually warrant a beating, but you knew what you did was wrong when you did it. And when you're in a rebellious place, you do stupid things, but guess what? There are consequences to actions. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits, for another gifted sub and another gifted sub. Who did we get with these ones? We got Shantae. I don't know Shantae. I've seen that picture, though. And we got Upsetty Spaghetti. Very nice, very nice. Good to see you, Trench. Good to see you, Voltaire. And we'll continue on here. Thank you. Thank you so much for those donations, you guys. But yeah, absolutely. Consequences have actions, whether it's for a child or an adult. And we've gotten so far away from that we have adults running around like 13-year-olds and 8-year-olds doing stupid things that everybody knows they shouldn't be doing, including themselves, and they feel completely entitled to do so. Because for too long, there's been no consequences for their actions. I dare say that all of Biden's presidency, and I would say most, if not all, of Obama's presidency, we saw a complete willingness to let full-on rioting happen without any consequences. So I don't know what to say other than it feels like the pipers come calling. And if you want to continue to do the things you know there's consequences for, then expect the consequences to come. Another gifted membership. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. You are a legend, good sir. You are a legend. You got Pat J. Fussy. I don't know. See, that's just the case. So we'll see what he says, but I think he agrees with me here.
Because that might be the other determining factor. Maybe they get disciplined more at home, but maybe in public, all of a sudden they've recognized, this is an area where I can get away with it. But they don't just learn that if they scream and they yell, they get what they want. What they learn is they escalate. Because originally mom was like, no, calm down, quiet, you can't have that or whatnot. But when dad came into discipline, and all of a sudden it was like, no, I don't want anything bad to happen. I don't want anything to look bad. I don't want to feel bad about this situation.
Thank you, K2. Another 5.
Placating. So no, what the child learned was not just if I yell and I scream and I get what I want. What the child learned is when somebody actually comes to bring consequences to my actions, if I escalate and act like the victim, I get what I want and I get protection.
Now, this is terrible, right? Because we've seen human death due to this. But because that human death happened, there's been further escalation from the left over that action. Now, in both cases, the person put themselves in situations they should not have, doing things they should not have, knowing that there are consequences for those actions. Now, I'm not sure that they realized the depth of the consequences that could play out in these scenarios, but there was flagrant disregard for what they know to be actions they shouldn't take, right? They were obviously overly active in obstruction. And so there are consequences for those actions. And these two, if not more, but these two saw the full consequence of stepping in between justice, of obstructing justice. And so, again, that it's terrible. And now it's going to be used to further accelerate that movement. So they'll have an upswelling of numbers in that group, in that rebellion, and even to the point of them using the Rebel Alliance flag from Star Wars. Like, this tells you a lot, right? If they're using the Rebel Alliance flag, they already see themselves as a rebellion. What is a rebellion? Well, a rebellion is an insurgency against what they see as an oppressive force. even if that force is not oppressive and is just taking the actions handed down by the federal government within the Constitution to deport people who don't belong in the country.
Now, when they're 5 or 6, it might just be a toy or a candy bar, right? It may be the cereal that they want. And I am sure that people look at this and say, well, we'll talk about it later. But see, the problem with talking about it later is they don't have the direct consequences of the actions at the moment that they're doing it.
Yep.
They don't always make the connection.
Yep.
And then you think, okay, but they'll grow out of it. They'll mature. No. They don't grow out of it. They are taught out of it. They are disciplined out of it. And should that discipline be caring and loving? Yes. And when they're 5 or 6, it's actually a lot easier to do it that way. But when you don't provide the loving but stringent discipline when they're 4, 5, 6 years old, they don't grow out of it. They become more capable at it. They now possess the ability to escalate in ways that they didn't have the capacity to.
That, and they also learn to weave through consequences of others for their own benefit. This is how you end up with people that tend towards like career criminality, things like that, because of the permissiveness and the need to learn to navigate through consequences or lacks of consequences depending on the person. They develop an inbuilt instinct, so to speak, for navigating consequence in a way that allows them to get away with maximal selfish actions, even if they're wrong, in the world.
Escalate when they were 5 or 6. And see, now we're living in a world where they're not just screaming about a candy bar or a cereal that they want. Right? In America, 10 million of their best friends just got to come into the country illegally, and many of them
Imagine
are
that.
trashing the place.
Yep.
And now we have the same, we have the problem. We have the exacerbated mother who doesn't want this, who knows it's wrong, who knows it's bad, who knows that it has to be dealt with. And has even said, I want it dealt with. We this is too much. You've crossed the line. It's too much. And so here comes the discipline. But the discipline now is not the simple, it's not the simple little request when they were little. To actually affect discipline in this particular situation, to actually bring correction in this kind of discipline, doesn't just mean dealing with an incredibly complex, potentially violent and dangerous scenario.
Yep.
You now have to do it at the same time that you're trying to correct the problem. You're trying to protect.
Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. I thought it was fun.
Exacerbating the problem. The person you're trying to protect is actively engaging and obstructing you, providing that protection. And that's not only a dangerous situation in and of itself, it leads to frustration. Because for so many of us, we saw this coming. We saw that the more you indulged this behavior on things for which the consequences were not as dire.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it out there. I kind of been warning about this even back during like the George Floyd events, because we saw already at that point that if even small level, I know that it was bad. Again, I'm not for the loss of life, but all it takes is one circumstance of somebody breaking the law and doing the wrong thing and being arrested or worse, right? That you could have a whole nation upheave and start tearing itself apart over. And if that was the case, I knew that if that could happen for one man's death due to his illegal actions, that it wouldn't take much more than that to cause a full-on fight across the nation on the level of nearly Civil War style action. And so here we are, years later, looking at a situation where our government's trying to take illegal immigrants out of the country, and instead of our citizens backing up and saying, look, we don't think you're doing this the right way. Let's figure out a better way, and doing like mass legal fights to try and change it, or pushing for change governmentally. Instead, they're going to take their actions to the streets. Now, I know protest is meant to elicit responses, but if you don't like how it's going in the moment, it doesn't mean you break the law to stop it. Even if... And then you have the media backing it up by telling all these people that ICE agents aren't justified in any of their actions, they don't have jurisdiction. Well, then the local police say it is their jurisdiction, so then what? They still take the illegal actions against ICE because they've been told by leftist media repeatedly that what's happening is not allowed, is wrong, and should be opposed at all costs. What do you think is going to happen next? And like I said, the more that ICE has to do on the streets to protect itself in extreme situations, the more it's going to amp up groups that have already decided what's happening is wrong. Because now, not only is what's happening wrong, but what's happening is wrong, and they're doing things to citizens.
And we got told every single time, just calm down. It's no big deal. Just let them do what they want. Who cares, right? How is it impacting you? And then we got to the point where what they were doing was legitimately impacting us.
This should also be your calling card that you, as a citizen, if you are a citizen out there of the U.S., to make sure you vote and let others around you know that they need to be active politically. Because guess what? The only way to make this turnaround is to hold the government, to take it all back, and to start making the changes we need to see. Because otherwise, this is going to continue. We need to push to win midterm votes. We need to push to win general elections. We need to push, because otherwise we're going to see this and more of this and worse of this. And if you think it was bad during Biden's term of letting people in, you imagine what comes next after this, because we're already seeing the actions in the streets. Imagine leftists take office, and next time it's a full-blown socialist or a communist, for God's sake. What comes next then?
And now we've got to do something about it. Now we got to clean up a much bigger mess with a much bigger toddler. And it doesn't look good. Why? Well, because the adult that is now engaging in this activity is not acting on their own. They found a group of similar adults that learn the same lessons about screaming, yelling, kicking, rioting, spitting, punching. And they're well funded. And they helped create the problem. And now they refuse to just let us fix it. We're not even asking them to fix it. We're asking them to step out of the way while we fix it. If you want to protest, fine. Protest right over there. Don't get involved in the action that's taking place. That's not good enough. Why is it not good enough? Well, because they've learned.
Yeah, we covered a bunch of that. Sarcastic Saint. I covered the Signal underground chats that were being used to set up, track, block, obstruct. We went over that not that long ago on this channel. And then the last episode we went over voter ID and a bunch of how like illegals are getting driver's licenses and the capability to vote, because in places like, I think it was Wisconsin or Minnesota, I can't remember which, where all you needed was your license to vote, so illegals could go get their license because they were vouched for, and as long as they were vouched for, they got the license, and then they could use that license to go and vote, so illegals could vote there as well. So all this crap about the illegals can't even possibly vote is bull crap. It's possible, and it was proved possible in their own governmental meetings. So
they need to escalate. Why? Because as soon as they escalate to a certain point where the inevitable reaction becomes one of them getting hurt, mom comes rushing into the situation and be like, whoa, 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 everyone just calm down.
This is why I brought up
And it's not like they
the
say,
aspect of compassion and the female
everyone pause for a minute. No,
part of
it's
this.
never just pause. It's let's pause for a minute. You pause on the discipline. You pause on the bringing correction. And then let's compromise. And what does the compromise look like? Well, it always looks like them getting almost everything they want and us getting nothing what we want.
Yep.
What does that accomplish? Well, once again, they've learned I escalated till I got hurt. Then I played the victim. Then I got to blame the other guy.
Exactly.
And then mom came in and saved me. And now I'm actually getting what I want.
Yep.
Maybe not all of what I want, but that's actually key, because now it gives me a new grievance to fight for.
It does.
I demanded all of these things. You only gave me half of it, so I'm still the victim. Meanwhile, the people that you asked to fix this problem, that you asked to come in and fix a dangerous and volatile problem on your behalf, they're sitting around going, what is the point of this? What do you actually want?
Yep, exactly.
We warned you when this problem was far less significant than it currently is.
Yep.
And you told us it wasn't a big deal. And then it became such a big deal that you even recognized it was a problem. And so you called us in to do it. You called us in to solve the problem. And we're trying to solve it. We don't want to hurt this guy over here protesting. We don't want to hurt this mom over here protesting. But she keeps interjecting. She keeps interfering. And now she's interfering in ways that are violent and dangerous and threatening. And we can't always decipher in the moment when she's engaging in this radical behavior, whether or not she means to hurt us or do something else. And so someone gets hurt. And again, mom's sitting back is going like, well, I didn't know it would look like that.
K2's my friend.
And here we are. Here we are. And the question is, what happens of this? What happens of this reaction? And I have an analogy I'm going to use. It's a mom-dad analogy. We're going to talk about mom and dad and raising kids. Now, I want to say right off the bat, some people are going to be upset with this analogy, but I explain more at the end. So just hear me out. That's all I ask. But first, I need to thank our partner for the show, Lear Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, there's
it's not my commercial.
To visit on the elicit a reaction that says, right, you on the diet.com. Learning more. All right. So where do we go from here? Here's what always happens when you find a situation where people agree that there's a problem, but can't seem to agree on what you actually do about it. They can't seem to agree on the diagnosis for that problem. And in a case where discipline and correction needs to be brought, and one side refuses to let it happen, right? You've got the child that's now a full-blown adult making really, really bad decisions, harming people. And every time they elicit a reaction that says where they could potentially get hurt, everything's stopped abruptly in its place. What is the logical endpoint for that? Well, it's one of these. One logical endpoint is for basically the disciplinary parent to finally say, you know what, I don't care anymore. Do what you want. Do what you want. I'm going to go fishing. I'm going to go hunting. I'm going to go hang out with the boys. I'm going to do anything other than stay in close proximity to the little hellion that has been unleashed in my home.
Yep.
And they're going to do that to the extent that they possibly can. And let's face it, that's kind of what's happened for decades now. Is that every time the left acted up to a point where they
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right? Mom comes in and well, no, everyone calm down, don't hurt little Billy.
What, this Nick? Like Nick Freitas? Sarcastic saying? It would probably have to be a digital, like on here style interview if I was gonna be able to. I'd love to interview a lot of these guys who are similar to myself, actually. I think it just takes getting in contact with them. Because I think if I explain who I am and what I think, they'll probably be willing to speak to our community as well. Because we have a lot of the same, if not all of the same goals in mind. So.
And Dad just says, yeah, fine, whatever. There's another option though. And that's the part where Dad just says, I don't care. You can scream and you can cry all you want. Go do it over there because this needs to happen and it's going to happen. And that usually ends up in a lot of damage, right? Because the bottom line is that throughout this entire time, I've listed the disciplinary parent as the hero here, as dad is the hero. But the bottom line is dad can make mistakes too. Dad can get so frustrated in the process of disciplining that he overdoes it, that he creates a problem, that he creates another reaction. And even though that might be what the kid was looking for, that might be what the now adult has been taught to seek out in order to get protection from mom, that doesn't mean that that reaction is always a good one. There's another option here, and that's one where dad just says, screw it, I'm out. I'm not going to live with this. And I'm not going to take it to a degree where it could get bad. So I'm out. National divorce. You guys can have all the petulant little whiny brats and their friends over in the blue states, but you don't bring it into the red states. We're done. We're done. You do that crap over there. You don't do it here. Dad leaves, right? The parent that actually wants discipline and peace, but not peace at the expense of a spoiled brat, he leaves and he goes to where his skills and his beliefs are appreciated. That's another option. National divorce. You guys over there, us over here. There is a fourth option. And this is the option I hope we choose because it's actually the option I grew up with. It's the option I grew up with. But I was blessed that even though mom and dad didn't always get along, right? They ended up getting divorced. They were still a unified front when it came to disciplining me. And yes, mom was nurturing and loving, but mom also didn't put up with any crap. And yes, dad would come in and bring the hammer sometimes, but he's never abusive. So I got the best of both worlds. And then I married a woman that gave me the best of both worlds, where when it was appropriate for one side to add tenderness and perspective, they could do that, but never at the expense of discipline, never at the expense of allowing for or rewarding bad, destructive, and subversive behavior. Because guess what? You may think in that moment that you're really caring for this poor little tyke, but in reality,
have a good night, Michael Hatch. Thank you for stopping in.
So there are times when the disciplinary parent
he's right though,
that we just need to take a breath. But you also need the other parent to understand that sometimes tough love is what is required if you're going to right the ship. Unless you just want to live in perpetual chaos your entire life. Because the dirty little secret is that when dad leaves, when the disciplinarian leaves, it's not like the kid goes, oh, thank God, I'm happy now. No, they're still miserable. They're still constantly making new demands. It's never good enough.
All the way into adulthood, because like far into adulthood at that point.
Behave in society. So that fourth option is the one we need. It's where mom and dad come together and say, we're going to be a united front. And when this sort of activity gets out of hand, when the demands become ridiculous,
good to see your original vintage. Welcome in.
Or for society or for civilization in general, starts to rear its ugly head, we're not going to put up with it. And when we talk about, is this...
Well, that's what should happen. Do you guys remember... And I've said this before, but do you remember Hillary Clinton versus Trump? She said that we need to get the illegals out. She said we need to close up the borders and keep illegals from coming across the border. She said all these things. The Democrats stood for these exact same values that the right stands for currently. And yet, here we are, less than a full generation later, in the exact same freaking boat, right? Where they're allowing or allowed during Biden's presidency mass illegal immigration, and yet now you have all these leftists standing against deportations of illegals or at the very least detainment to see what needs to happen with them, and a closing up of the borders, and the leftists are standing against it wholeheartedly when the left stood for the exact same principles that we are now seeing carried out. And yet, the left is totally against it now. Why? Why? Because there's popularity in a movement against it, and so they're going to go to the extreme.
I don't know. We will see which path we choose. We will see which path we choose. Because again, the benefit of having that united front, the benefit of having both tenderness and discipline was that you could actually create order. But you could create this sort of order where you could have different opinions. You could have different discussions. People could make individual decisions. You could come to compromises that actually worked for both sides, not just one side. And that's what we need right now. So for all the people on the right that are looking at what's going on in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, look at what's going on in other places in the country. Before you judge everything based off of what CNN is reporting, before you base it even off of the little camera phones that you're looking at.
It's actually a good point, Voltaire. That's a good point. The issue isn't so much that their position changed, it's that Trump took the same position that's hard on immigration, or illegal immigration, and people overstaying visas. And because Trump took that position, they're absolutely against it because Trump is their enemy, and anything Trump says must be wrong, so they have to stand against it. And so all of the left has rallied behind a foolish stance of just let them be. Just let illegals in and let them be.
Yourself is, what conditions led us to this point? Did we allow the petulant 5-year-old turn in to the dangerous insurrectionist? Because we could have dealt with it when they were the petulant 5-year-old, but it didn't happen. Now we've got to deal with something much worse.
I didn't realize we just made the goal. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks, last.
But when people are going to actively obstruct.
We made the goal, ladies and gentlemen. So after this video, I will open it up and you can come up and we can, I don't know, argue or just talk about things, whether it's this or something else. It's up to you. And we'll go from there. Why is there a line? See that? That's weird. A line on my face. Or at least it looks like there's a line. Maybe there's not actually one in the feed, but on the background, there is. Anyway.
When people are going to potentially run you over with their car, they're engaging in a deadly action. And now people have to make decisions not based off of what they think perceive to be as a reasonable human being, but someone that could very well intend them harm. Someone who could have done anything else with their day, but decided to show up and engage in this manner. And now I've got to run through that whole process in my head as you're correcting the problem. They got to run through that whole process. What's going to potentially happen? How could this escalate? Is this person just going to yell and spit at me? Are they just going to alert the person that I'm trying to find? Are they going to punch me? Are they going to hit me with their car? Are they going to shoot me? I don't know, because the petulant brat is now the potentially violent insurrectionist, the obstructionist. And they're being cheered on. They're being cheered on by the likes of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey and Hollywood actresses. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I know this much. We have seen the typical pattern.
See, again, he says Hollywood actresses. You don't see a whole ton of dudes out there who are big actors and actresses, or actors or stars of things out there speaking the same way. But you do see a large portion of the female population, especially on the left, that are very vocal about what's going on. And again, it comes down to that compassion and wanting to be a part of the in-group that they're already a part of. And so that's the manipulation right there.
Pattern over and over and over again. They make ridiculous demands, and then the moment we try to step up and stop them, we're told, no, we can't do that. That's too harsh. That's too mean. We need to compromise.
Welcome in, Buddha.
The compromise is always they get half of what they want and we get none of what we want, because in the end, we usually just want to be left alone. What is the demand that the right has in this entire situation? The initial demand was, don't let tens of millions of people into the country. That was apparently too much to ask. Then the demand was, okay, can you at least police the people that are harming people once they've come into the country? No, that was too much to ask. You're mean. You're mean for wanting to deport the person that came into the country illegally and then broke additional laws. And then finally it was,
Newsflash, sometimes the mean thing is the right thing.
screw it. We're deporting everyone. We're deporting everyone. This doesn't work. And it got to the point where there was enough people in that kind of middle realm that even understood that, yeah, it's time. It's time. And so what did the left do? They do what they always do. They escalate until they get the reaction they want. And then they go to the middle and they're like, do you see what they're doing to us? And the middle goes, oh, I didn't know it would look like that. It is time to grow up. It is time to look at the people that are perpetuating this activity and say, no, I'm sorry, not this time. You created this problem. You're now making the problem worse as we try to sit around figuring out ways to fix it. The moment you would like to sit down and behave like a reasonable adult and have a conversation and discuss how maybe this could be done better, the moment you want to stop obstructing and making threats and screaming outside of hotels and houses, the moment you want to stop doxing ICE agents and threatening their wives and their children, then you can come to this table and we can have a discussion. But no. You are going to relent. You are going to stop your behavior because we're no longer rewarding it because we have seen what it leads to. There is no end to the escalation. There is no end to the demands. And if we don't get it this time around, I'm going to tell you right now, Dad's reaction in this little analogy that I've laid out is going to look a whole lot different. And I don't want it to be that way. But it is what it is.
See, that's it. That's it right there. Because he's right. The dad reaction, right? Right now, we're like borderlining on that. But the dad reaction is like the Insurrection Act and foot down, like all in, this is done. And we're not at that point right now. And I don't think people actually want to see us go to that place, but I think the leftists are trying to push for that, and it's a very dangerous place to put us in, a very dangerous place to put us in. And hey, keep pushing, and you're going to see it. I think so. I would say stop so that we can actually get things under control in a manner that is less aggressive, not more.
It is when you tell people that there is no longer a legitimate way that they can achieve their objectives. They do one of two things. They look for illegitimate ways or they leave. And I promise you kind of in the middle watching this right now, you do not want to live in a world with these spoiled, petulant little brats and nobody to keep them in check. So we've got to come to some sort of conclusion here.
Absolutely right.
It cannot be to let them win. It cannot be to hand over power to the same party that has built them up to do just this very thing to ensure that they keep getting power no matter what the consequences. If we're not willing to look at things in its full context and make a sound and rational decision, this is going to continue to be a problem without end until one side finally breaks and either says, I'm doing whatever I need to in order to fix it, or I'm leaving. That's what's going to happen. And you're not going to like the result from either one of those options.
That's what I said.
By the way, if you want to make
you won't
sure
like it,
that we're actually raising a generation that understands the nature of the fight that we're in, that understands that we actually have a country that is worth fighting for, worth preserving, that we're not all bad, that our history isn't all horrific, and that we're all not just evil colonizers, but that America has actually stood as a beacon for freedom and continues to. And that's why it needs to be defended. I want to encourage you to sign up for Young America's Foundation. Specifically, join me in Nashville on February 6th for the Freedom at 250 rally at the Country Music Hall of Fame in Nashville. That's right up. You can go right now. Because I don't like I don't like things feeling as if it's all doom and gloom. We can correct this ship. And I do think that there is a critical mass of Americans who are starting to see the tactics for what they are, but they're still uncomfortable with the level of chaos and violence that is taking place. let me just say this right now. I'm not asking you to be comfortable with that level of chaos.
I agree with him. I don't want us to have to even exist at this level of chaos, and we shouldn't have to. But what's pushing it to this level of chaos is leftists obstructing the mandate given to the president and ICE to carry out the mission that they are carrying out. It is not the president sicked all these people out into the streets to do horrific things. That's not what's happening. He is sending them out to make legal arrests so that we can deport people that should be deported, or pick up people that need sorted. And so long as the leftists are trying to obstruct in every possible way they can, there's going to be chaos. If they would just take the legal means, that would be fine. But they're not. They're overstepping in every possible way.
Okay, and by the way, for all the moms out there that are great moms and good disciplinarians, I didn't mean to make you the bad guy of this story. I needed an analogy. It worked. I couldn't do it with 37 different caveats. I had a wonderful mom who both was loving and instilled discipline. And that's what we need here, right? We need the various sides of this debate who actually love this country. I'm not interested in talking to the people who don't. I'm not interested in talking to the people that are constantly denigrating and tearing down our society. But for those of us who still love it, but are uncomfortable with what we see going on in television right now, I understand that. I understand that. But we need to make sure that we don't continue to reward the same sort of behavior over the last several decades that have gotten us to this point where it's this bad. Think about this for a second. We've got people leaving their jobs, right? Teachers, nurses, leaving their jobs in order to protest ICE, who half the time is not just getting somebody that's here illegally, but someone who's here illegally who has then perpetuated other crimes, oftentimes violent crimes. We just had
Absolutely.
Of nurses on TikTok talking about how to load up a syringe with something and stick it in the neck of an ICE agent.
Yeah, imagine that. That should be triable, right? You're out here telling people how to end ICE agents with other than weaponry we all know will do it in order to create sneaky ways to do it. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's people coming out with basically threats of violence without it seeming like it easily detectable against law enforcement agencies. Publicly, they're doing this.
Harm upon conservative patients, telling them they would never use anesthetic on a MAGA patient. Guys, this is a result of not addressing the behavior at the stages where we could have addressed it in a way that everyone probably would have been pretty comfortable with. Too many people sought peace over discipline. And the problem is they don't grow out of it.
Well, okay. So with that statement, too many sought peace instead of discipline. I agree with that, like in the raising of these people. But now that they're adults, it doesn't work the same way anymore. It's not the same once you're dealing with an adult population who's acting like undisciplined children. And that is the problem. You can't just easily discipline the adults of a nation. And because we have a huge swath of adults that never knew discipline, well, we're coming to grips with that right now in this country.
They don't grow out of it. They just get a whole lot better at throwing their temper tantrums. And at this stage, it's not as clean. It's a lot more messy fixing it. But we have to have dedication to getting it fixed. And if we can start doing this at a younger age with people where they can start to recognize, where they can start to get, once again, not only appreciate our country, flaws and all, but also understand the proper way to adjudicate differences, the proper way to sit down and have civil discourse. To understand that offense is not a substitute for an argument, that we do have to think about things rationally and logically, and yes, compassionately. But then once certain lines get crossed, you don't get away with whatever you want. You don't get to endlessly escalate until someone comes in and saves you from the people that are bringing.
It's funny because that reminds me of the question that Jordan Peterson kept asking back, a ways back, he kept asking, when does the left know it's gone too far? Or when do you know the left has gone too far? And there was never a coherent answer given. And I dare say we've reached that point in spades, whether it be all the crazy movements happening or this now. Either one, we know the left has gone too far. It's become apparent to the entirety of the right and most of the middle. And so, and even some of the left, I dare say.
Correction for your behavior because it is detrimental to society. That's the sort of cooperation and agreement we need. And I hope we can attain it. And I believe that we can. I believe that we can. So once again, thank you very much for watching. One other note, Valentine's Day is coming up.
That's the end of that. Yeah, and so I agree with almost everything he just said. No, I think probably everything he just said. And so I don't think that we want to see it go that far, but there's a strong possibility we will if we don't figure out how to turn the ship around, like he said. And so I would say everybody needs to be active in voting, in saying that isn't right. Like even just speaking up, saying that isn't right. What you're doing is wrong. Making it clear to the rest of the society that I don't agree with these actions. Most people don't agree with these actions. This is a huge group of extremely unbehaved, undisciplined people doing the wrong thing. So I'm going to throw out this link and let you guys come up. We'll do a open panel for a bit. I put a donation goal out there. If you guys want this to continue more than like an hour, then make sure to donate, fill that goal. You could do the goal through that, or you can do it through my Cash App or Ko-Fi, which are both linked at the top of the chat. If we get 10 donations, I will keep it open for longer, and we can go from there. In the meantime, here's the link. You guys are welcome to pop up and chat with me about either of the things we just watched in that video, the topic of ICE and the actions going on in the streets, or you can come up and we can discuss something else. You can come up and debate with me on something. You can come up and ask me things if you'd like. But yeah, there's the link. For now, I'm going to play the song that K2 requested. And after that, we'll do the panel. So go ahead and file in if you'd like to. The panel's open. Welcome in, Trench.
What's up? What's up? this early morning?
Whichever it is. I'm well.
Let me shut that window down so we don't reverb.
How are you?
I can't complain. No, I was just agreeing. I found myself agreeing with you there, Honest Abe.
I think it's fairly apparent to anybody who pays attention and was raised well, or at the very least found themselves in the place, that there's a way things work and things aren't that way.
I look at this a couple of ways. A personal anecdote. I'm a recovering libertarian, right? I used to believe that, you're one day that the gay weed farmers would be able to defend their crops with AR-15s. It's still not completely off the table, but not right now, Chief. Not right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
And like you look at high school, like I'm a millennial, an older one. When we graduated high school in the 2000s, the LGBTQ acceptance rate was higher, and we're
super high,
and we're seeing it go down because people have done too much. And it's not the whole communist takeover is a gay thing. I mean, it's super fake and gay, but the what do you call it? The intersectionality. It's like the Avengers of broken misfit toys, the feminists, the minorities.
I think it all rode in on the back of feminism. I really do. I don't have anything against women, but I think that almost all of these movements piggybacked on the back of feminism, because feminism utilized the compassion and felt for all these groups of people and these movements and helped usher them in after it was in place.
I forget what philosopher it is that like hits on that. It's like Schopenhauer. It's gonna bug me, but it's like if you can turn the women, you've already like lit the fuse.
Well, that was in 1984. Also, it said if you can convince the women and the young, then you've already won, because the next generation will believe what you want, and the women will either peck other women into it or peck the men into it.
But this goes back to like seriously the Plato shit, and like even in like modernity, quote unquote, like 1700 stuff, like Schopenhauer.
Yeah. Somewhere
along the way, because they were right. They were right about one thing. We kind of infantilized women. They're childish by nature.
Mm-hmm.
So we put all kinds of social safety networks in place for the acknowledgement of the childlike nature of women. And it's kind of been a dumpster fire since undoing that, because they keep proving themselves not to be our equal, at least when it comes to like the vision, like the long-term goal and vision.
I think that man and woman have different roles, and because of that, so long as you see dominance from the feminine or from the female side, you will see grand amounts of damage, I think.
Oh, for sure. And it's because women live in the pathos. It is a idiom-based worldview and a pathos-based like schema, rationality, and rhetoric that drive it.
It's why when you look out on the streets at these protests, you see mostly young to middle-aged women.
And it's mostly old white women now, but they're hoping, I think, is that they can hit a catalyst or wait long enough, because statistics are just raw statistics, right? Yeah. Sooner or later, some dumb is going to do something stupid and get himself killed. It's just a matter of time. So when that happens, they're going to be on standby, ready to say, see. And that's the exhausting part of it, if you know what's going on. And like truly drink in the metadata of all this. Because like George Floyd, for instance, there was a white guy, I think in New Mexico or Texas or something like that. It had a touch of the tism, but he died in a very similar way, except that the EMTs rolled up and gave him a sedative. This in conjunction with, the stress of the moment, his heart rate, and the cop on top of him, pushed him over the edge. And then later the cops are laughing while the EMT is on the phone with this dead guy's mom. He was a white guy, but they kept their qualified.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was in particular bad taste, just like I thought, the George Floyd thing could have been done better. Me personally, if I was the cop there, I'd have let him die in the back of my cruiser. Then that way.
Well, it's like I've been saying, man. Like, I don't want to see the death of any people. I don't want to see.
I don't either. But if we have to start thinking about liabilities and shit, me personally, I'm letting you fucking foam at the mouth and die in the back of the police cruiser till the EMTs get there, and then you're their problem.
I don't know.
There was a movement that encouraged motherhood and rewarded families for having 4 or more children.
Okay, we know. The point, though, is we can't look at the past and dictate the future. We have to look at at where we're at and say, how do we get to what's better?
In an actual Hegelian dialectical, there's the whole, you say, when you start dropping Hegel bombs left and right, people assume you're automatically talking about communism from like the philosophical.
No.
Hegelism is about like looking to the past and seeing what worked, what didn't work.
Right.
How is that going to synthesize with whatever's going on now? Obviously, we're not going to be able to throw the women back into the kitchen.
But you also have to look at human nature when you take these things into perspective, right? I've gotten into many an argument where people want to argue for stances that make plenty of sense and probably would be good for society, but human nature is not going to allow that to happen, at least not in a singular generation. And so
there's the group organism dynamic. I still hold to there's 3 types of people. Like
actually, there's already a change going.
Well, sure.
More women.
The women are sick of working.
Sure.
They've always been sick of working. What are you talking about?
They're always. What are you talking about?
K2,
they always
K2.
wanted to
No.
They've never wanted to work.
Go look at
they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. That's all they.
Yes, that's what I was trying to ensure.
Yeah, but go look at Dolly Parton and others who made songs like 9 to 5, where they're complaining about working a job.
I know. I said they wanted to work, but then they complain about it too.
They really do want to get back to their ontological core. It's just that they're so far off into the collectivist egalitarianism fucking mind shredder.
Part of what hurts the most on that specific thing, Trench, is that it was a trick. A trick was played on those of the feminine persuasion that if they just did this thing, life would be better for every woman.
I have a sub-zero philosophy of it. Like
more taxes,
we've
more
already
representative
lost
seats.
But as far as the game theory is concerned, it's done. It's cooked. It's over with. It was all over, but crying in the breast milk.
Well, unless there's
what do we do
near
now?
World-ending disaster.
Yeah, well,
apart from that.
We're witnessing
we're almost there.
Voting for Trump was a form of accelerationism on the right. It was I absolutely agree that it was a situation where it's like, we know this guy. Oh my God. You cannot stand this guy, so we're going to play this card because of all the bullshit you've been doing to us for the last 30, 40 years with impunity. A Rand Paul would have made a much better president in 2016. Granted,
libertarian. I don't agree with that.
I don't think anymore. I don't think that there was any way he would win the way that.
No, he wasn't going to win. That was a pipe dream. Trump got billions of dollars in free media because he was set up to be controlled opposition. They thought Hillary was just going to go in there and steamroll him, and he fucking clowned her ass sideways.
It's just, it's a shit show, boys. It's a shit show, and we're in it.
So I think that, one, we need to get back to traditional roots. That's the whole Hegelian aspect. That's going to be the brakes on all of the progress, because like you were saying earlier, you can't hold, whether we're talking about immigration, if you talk to the most reasonable centrist, right, and you get them pinned down into immigration, and then how much is enough? Are we talking like it used to be when things are good, 1 million a year? Because 1 million a year is a whole city of people. And that's like on a good, like, you know, the war economy's roaring, the actual economy's roaring, the gender and political gap isn't as wedged as it is now. That's good times. And bad times, it's like 200,000, 500,000 tops. So you get them pinned down to actual physical numbers, they will never produce a number for you, not once. How much is enough? How much abortion's enough? At what point do we acknowledge that this person will never truly be a female? There's never a solid line, because centrist all the way out to left to the, you know, the Marxist Leninist, they all agree on universally that progress has to happen, that there must be progress. They just disagree on how quickly to accelerate and how much progress is required. So they will never break ranks, not once.
Well, that and the lines are blurred on purpose.
That's a part of the left superpower of decentralized collectivism.
Isn't that what was in Rachel's book about communism getting rid of abortion too? So even their ideology didn't work out.
Well, they got rid of the useful idiots. That is phase one. Let's say the communist takeover happens.
Correct.
All of the trans stuff will be thrown in the dumpster as bourgeois, liberal individualism.
Yep, just like they got rid of the gays.
Well, listen.
Well, there has to be a synthesis in order for everybody to get down with the
That's what I was just going to say. That's what the trick is. The trick for socialism and communism is to graft in as many of the ideologies that they can until those ideologies win them power, and then they can crush them out and keep the communism in place. Yes. That's exactly what they do every single time it happens.
And then they know who's in line for like counter-revolution and stuff like that. Like the bullshit.
And I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but the most communist style ideology when it comes to religious factions would be Islam.
Yes, but the reason why this is my wild card on it, though, because I don't consider Islam at its core, it is a absolutist religion, like through and through, down to an actual Saudi emperor that runs the whole gamut and says who can be high priest and who can't be high priest. It got along with the collectivists during the pan-Arab revolutions because, one, foreign intelligence and NGOs were adopted a whole enemy of my enemy thing. This was all set up to figure out who was going to be most hostile to a certain nation state that arrives in the 50s. So you set the Middle East apart from itself. And at the same time, the Russians were making inways, especially like in Afghanistan, that ultimately ended up in the 80s war. And Iran became the Iranian Revolutionary Soviet Republic. But that's also in line because the absolutist flavor of Islam is the Wahhabist Sunni version. The Shia version is collectivist. So this is why you see all the communist stuff that circles Palestine. It's why Iran was commie for a brief period of time. And ultimately, even though it's not commie now, it's still got a central committee of imams and a supreme leader that kind of acts like the chairman. And then you have like the Yemenis thing going on there where they're super collectivist. This is a latent trait in the Shia version of Islam.
Well, okay, so wait. So there's an inherent flaw, right? And the inherent flaw with the communist ideals is that it is absolutist in the end. It's only communism until it's achieved, and then it becomes complete totalitarian dictatorship, which is the absolute.
It goes backwards though, because it can't achieve communism by its own like doctrine and methodology. It can't achieve communism until the dictatorship of the proletariat happens. That's what Stalin was supposed to be. He was supposed to be the fucking supreme dictator of the proletariat that ushered in the communist utopia. Once everything belongs to the state, once all in all is the state and everything is subordinated by it, and everybody is properly educated, then the state can start systematically abolishing itself.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's an impossibility, because no matter who gets to the top is going to hold that command, because it's never fully done. It can never be fully done.
Die, even after the Stalins and the Lenins die off, the institution of power is still there, trying to collect more power into itself. So it's never going to be like, okay, I've got all the power now.
It sounds like all the governments, they all want certain power. Look at the UK.
Well, it's like my three Talloy model of the collectivist, individualist, and absolutist. Once you get to the extreme points of the axis, like imagine a triangle, and once you get to the points of the triangles, that's where you have like anarcho-capitalism, Tsarism, and Marxism, Leninism. Once you start getting around those points, things start breaking down, or too close to the edges of the triangle even. That's when things start breaking down. If you look at all three teloi as organs in a superorganism or an organism, just organs of an organism, they have to work together in conjunction. So once one organ takes on too much power on itself, it doesn't have the ontological, epistemological, or teleological ability or institutions to do the thing. It's like a legislative, executive, and judicial branch, right?
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Even with your three teloi model, like a pyramid structure or a triangle structure with a cycle sphere around it, because you know that if it tends too far on any one teloi, it's going to jump to the next, and it does that endlessly.
That's the fail-safe. Anytime one teloi gets too much power, the other two will unite and usurp its power. America was born when the collectivist Puritans and the individualist, like Freemason rum-running pirates, teamed up to topple the power of tyranny, of the Tsar. You look at the French revolutions, same thing. Or
it always tends towards.
Or you look back at the at the rebalancing, whether it's the Jacobites or Napoleon, coming back from Alba. Once people realize that the collective is in charge, that the women are basically in charge, that's when the breadline happens. So there's a clamoring. There's a clamoring to go back and look for father. That's why it's real easy, and it's why you see so often communist places falling into absolutist dictatorships or back into empire. Rome was a republic that collapsed into an empire.
But I think that's the natural cycle of human nature.
Yeah, I think there's something to that.
Say what you want about
Oswald Spengler. Go ahead, Kate. I'm sorry.
Say what you want about the French. They know how to have revolutions.
Oswald Spengler calls it the fall, winter, spring, summer cycles of civilization.
I think the French are pissed off at their government with the farmers still.
Well, I think a lot of this is just a cycle. It's a cyclical matter where we just keep seeing humanity push for more egalitarian structures, and the more egalitarian we get, the more we collapse into totalitarian despots or some pseudo version, and then that fights itself until it collapses backwards into chaos or order or complete totalitarian order.
All roads lead to Rome, though.
Well, they lead to Aristotle.
All roads
get back to it.
It goes back
to rebalancing.
It goes back to the three forms of power: the power of the many, the few, and the one. The virtuous many create a polity or polis, and degenerated, they create democracy. The virtuous few are a aristocracy, and then degenerated, they're an oligarchy. And the noble one is a monarch, but degenerated, he is a tyrant. And we, depending on the stressors of civilization, we flock towards these schema. When times are good, we've developed cities in a healthy, robust middle class. We see intelligence go up, but nature doesn't favor this for too long.
Well, that's because ego grows with intellect.
Well, they smart guy themselves. They sit around and outsmart themselves, so to speak.
Abe, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a dumb windmill fan.
I'm not saying all,
but also in the great epochs of time, it's sort of like in civilization and in ages of the empire or whatever. You hit a certain population cap until you hit like the next tier up, like that, going from Bronze Age to Iron Age or whatnot. So if it wasn't for these stressors that happen, we would never hit these next epochs, right? A Brown Age and the Oswald Spenglerian model is actually the most stable age. When Rome hit its imperial cycle, it was at its most peaceful and prosperous. Granted, the culture stagnated, technology stagnated, art stagnated, innovation stagnated. There was all this stagnation because everything's held in like a suspended state, but it's stable. That's the beauty of a Brown Age that we're going into.
Well, I mean, that we know that, though. Like, anytime things are in chaos is when the most creative minds emerge. And then when everything is too stable, too comfortable, people become lazy and complacent. And the more lazy and complacent you are, the less innovation, the less beauty you see. There becomes the Pareto distribution is a thing. And then at the elite echelons of society, there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians. There's not enough positions for everybody to go around. It's like it's like in the collapse of like the right before the Renaissance, there wasn't enough state positions for the nobility to fill. So, and it wasn't like you could send your second sons off to go be Templar Knights and such anymore.
Hey, Abe, JB said he's a commie. You got to time him out for a minute.
Why?
Because he said he's a commie now.
He could just argue his ideas.
Come up here and get destroyed.
That's even better, is to just argue with those people's ideas. Because guess what? When people listen, they might learn.
I just wanted to call him out in chat.
You look at it from their view. There's several things going on there. There's the biological aspect, because collectivists are naturally more women. If you listen to Marx, I do believe that he's close with his dialectical of history, but he misses the mark because capitalism is also a force. It's a wall that he can't push through.
A metaphysical force. Or ideological force.
So it resets. We have these three telloi that basically pump through a 4-season or 4-hemisphere motor. It kind of operates like a Wankel motor, a rotary motor.
A turbo encabulator?
No, it's called the Wankel rotary motor. A rotary motor.
Want to hear a banger song?
Mm-hmm.
Abe Dinkus is a person. Abe Dinkus is a person. Abe Dinkus is a person. Abe Dinkus is a person.
See, that's a banger.
It is.
Hey, did you play
I'm not
that
trying to
Logan
convince
song?
anyone. Yeah, I did play it.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I was making fun of Kieran then. Shit.
You're grounded. You're grounded, K2. I'm surprised we don't have more people on the panel. Where's Emmett at anyway? Is he live right now? Is
I
that
think
what happened?
I think he's at Elder Lines because I tried going, hey, Kieran, Abe's going to open the panel, stream it from your thing so you can get better at that. And then he's like,
could.
fuck off.
Oh yeah, he's sick.
Fuck
He
off,
doesn't
K2.
feel good. He doesn't feel good. He said he hates everyone today because he's sick.
It happens.
No, I was talking about Kieran. Kieran told me to fuck off.
Oh. Is Kieran wanting me to raid him? Is that what's happening?
No,
It's
no,
like,
no. I
I'm
told
gonna go
him.
live.
No. I said he's going to open the panel here. Then he could talk about cumin and spaghetti here and stream it from his so he gets more practice doing that.
He could. He could. I mean, I leave
So
mine
I always
open so
go.
people can restream on purpose.
What a class act.
I'm just trying to get him to do better at streaming while going
Look.
to others so he can go live.
I'm sure people don't realize this, or maybe they do. I don't know. It's a fight to get from like 0 subscribers to the 50 that you need to go live. To get from that 50 to the 500 point is like a slog, and you either need to be really personable, make lots of friends throughout the YouTube space, or be good at what you're doing. And
Oh.
then if you go from like 500 to 1,000 or more, then it's like, okay, now I have to keep pushing and be consistent. I got to keep going. And so I try to open the door to people restreaming. They come on a panel, people get to see them and other personalities. And then people also from this community, my community, get to see them as well. And that gives them a chance of also picking up subs. And usually what I'll do is I'll throw their link out in the chat so that they can pick up some subscribers, because at the very least you deserve a chance.
Oh, I've given up on going live. Please unsubscribe to me, everybody.
I already made them all subscribe to you, a whole bunch of them, K2, you know that.
I know.
A lot of them. Because then, if ever
Let me
you
see
had
where
to,
I am. I'm kind of curious.
if you ever had to hold a live just to hold them so that they have somewhere to be until the next show comes up, you're there. And you can be like, oh, okay, I'll go live for a few so people can still chat till there's another live. It's a trick. It's not a trap, but it is a trick.
Actually, I'm at 20. Holy shit, I'm 30 away.
So, what do you think the next steps are, Trench? Because I'm sure, I don't know how long you were here, but I made the comment that this does remind me of some of the cells that we saw overseas, that they are communicating in back route ways to obstruct, stop, or attack the troops. And we see similar stuff going on now in these ICE locations, right? What do you think the correct next action is? Is it a full foot down? Put a stop to everything? Or what?
It's too late to back down in its entirety. Like, you can't start this process and then just stop because people are throwing themselves, literally martyring themselves in their cause.
Nope.
And to be real, like, I don't want to say Trump's doing a shit job, but like, he's behind fucking schedule.
We should have already keyed up the Insurrection Act.
That's what I was gonna say.
All of it. Like, what's the holdup? Why are we not at like 500,000 at least?
I think he's got too many whispers in his ear. Some saying it will hurt him and the cause of the Republican Party or the MAGA Party. And then he's got others saying, do it. Everybody wants it to happen.
Exactly. It's just like,
I mean, we all voted for that.
but it's just like in 2020 when he could have shut down the riots quite easily, but they let it go on. I'm at the left for like calling for the riots, and I'm mad at Trump doing the politically savvy thing and not crushing the fucking riots.
Oh, the Emmett has appeared.
What is
Emmett.
up over
Emmett,
here? What are you guys
Emmett.
doing?
Making
Talking
fun
about
of me and
Island.
only having 20 subscribers.
We're just talking about how it's time to put the foot down.
Okay, agree with that.
Putting the foot on the neck of tyranny.
You need some liberty.
That's
Liberty. Yep.
right. Well,
Yes.
I play as this faction. I don't think they believe in that.
Subjugation.
Some liberty.
No, I play as the Hellgast.
I know. I said
You know some-
subjugation.
So,
Oh,
know
you broke
something
up
funny
there. I didn't
today,
hear it.
Abe?
What?
OG got into he started making a stream. Do you see the OG stream?
I did.
When Blowstick starts praising him for being a libertarian. That was funny. That was
It was
that
freaking hilarious. It was freaking hilarious. So, Emmett, I have a statement, and I need you to tell the chat whether or not you agree with the statement. Are you ready?
Abe Dinkus is a person.
Is that true?
No.
You heard it from Emmett's mouth, folks.
No, not
And
a
it says-
person.
Not a real person.
Specifically in Czechoslovakia, you hold no rights.
Oh, is this your vampire country?
Yes, that's why.
Judas Priest.
That's why I'm on a mission to hunt. Okay? That's why Emmett's a 2D pixel character right now, because he's hiding
Oh, look
his
at that.
face and location.
Mr. Bill's in chat. Mr. Bill has the best frosted tips on the YouTube.
Oh, does he now?
That is a true statement.
Mr. Bill's a good dude.
I know he is, but I'm his troll. I cannot let him go without being troll free.
Right, you can't let him go untrolled.
That is true.
Well, you know, everybody needs a troll, right?
He made me his top troll mod.
Oh man, I'm just finding it funny every time.
That's
It's so funny.
That's a good one. That's a good one. So,
That is-
got...
That is. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that is true, Mr. Bill. If you could bring up that comment.
So, Emmett, we got enough donations to open the open panel, but I put a different donation goal out to extend the show, and we're coming up on that one, and I have to ask, if they haven't paid it, should we stay here?
I carried
should
it
I-
for long enough.
Or should I just do the discipline thing and say, sorry?
Well, what's your vibe?
I
Are you
don't
going to send
know.
us to Kieran?
I might make them...
How many are there?
You can't have the plebes, you know,
I might
expect
make... Well, I'm like thinking, what, do they have to now listen to Kenny G for like an hour before I can talk to them again, or what's going
let's
on?
listen. Let's listen to Kenny G. Gene repeat.
I mean, but what does Machiavelli say? Sometimes it's good to be loved.
No.
You know, it's not always about nailing people to the wall. Sometimes, you build a bath and a hospital and a couple of schools, and the people will love you. And they will also know you'll nail them to the fucking wall.
I think you need to threaten
It's true.
everybody. Threaten everybody by going to Kieran's. None of us want to go to Australia.
Well, it doesn't exist, first of all, so that would be like
doesn't-
casting you into a
hold on.
black hole.
Yeah,
It's not a real country. It's America's largest aircraft carrier.
You can also
Look.
say that you're gonna send them to Czechoslovakia. We have the highest murder rate.
But
in the
we
world.
want. Well,
And that's not in conjunction with the high Schmerican population.
No,
You know what
it's
is the
just
funniest part?
high
Today I
undead
heard-
population.
Today I heard that the specific race, let's call it the blacks, make music about them killing each other, and they're very good at doing that thing. And and I said, well, in Czechoslovakia we do the same thing. We just do it in clown music. We just do it with clown music instead of rap. But we're really good at doing that too.
I thought you were going to say you do it in really gothic music, but to each their own.
Have you
Yes.
listened? Have you listened to a corrido?
Oh, yeah, that's
Emmett,
true.
Emmett
That's
sounds
true.
goth. Did you listen
I
to him
forgot.
sing "If You Can't Hang"?
I
Freaking
thought
nailed that.
I forgot you were talking about Czechoslovakia and not somewhere else.
It's Czechoslovakia. What are you talking about?
I'm just, dude, calm down. Calm down.
Emmett, don't calm down. Don't calm down.
Calm down.
So, Abe, do you see them just blowing further past the line of in point of no return, or do you actually see a moment that they can wake up?
I don't think anything. I don't think they're waking up.
Or-
I think
or
there's literally.
Do you
Who is
see
waking up?
a counterculture that could arrive and
Who's waking up?
kind of subvert their them,
The progressives who
Well,
are doing all of this.
like the female
Oh.
free way out?
No, I think.
Yeah,
I
we
think
can. Yeah, we can wake
think-
them up. It's called put them in jail, and then you just do a little bit of
I
And
think
then you
But you know-
charge them with a felony and take away their voting rights.
But I'm looking at female behavior overall, right? You know, when a chick,
yeah, you do the same thing to chicks. It's fine.
you know, when a chick realizes she's like blown past the line at some point, but she'll never admit that she's blown past the line, but she starts correcting certain aspects of her behavior in the moment.
Let me tell you something. Chicks don't like go to jail either. So okay, you put them in jail for a year, and they'll be like, I don't want to do that again.
And charge them with a felony, then they can't vote.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for these things, but I see them doing the female thing where they kind of wreck everything and then kind of like just kind of whistle while they step backwards away from the smoldering fire.
It's
While they
fine.
do the
can
Kill Bill
as
whistle.
they're being carried to jail.
Hold on, I see Paige in chat. Hold on.
they're
You
just
go,
doing the
girl.
Kill Bill whistle.
You go,
all the
girl.
while.
You take them away their whistle once they're in the car, and they're like, they can't do that anymore.
I think it's way.
No, not like
Bigger.
a whistle, just like a.
Yep. I think it's way bigger than people realize. That's what I think.
Well,
I think
I
this
see
is.
I see it in the like just the popularity of the Orthodox Church, like
I think it's just
men
rooted.
flooding in. Like that's step one of like a return to tradition.
Yep,
Like
true.
from like a Hegel position.
Paige, you can join. You know.
And then you'll get women once men like we're at the point because this is also like a gender war masquerading as a political war.
It's already happening. I mean, that's what we're in.
Oh, Emmett, I'm doing a sleeper team this week.
But the
dudes-
truth is,
but dudes,
Friday.
dudes would rather stay home and play video games than have casual sex. We're at
Well,
that
here's-
point. And that's actually a big death knell
It's-
in the fucking their revolution
Trench.
because it's about controlling sex. That's one of their
Okay.
big superpowers. They're not
Trench.
violent. They're not
Would you
violent
prefer
by
to
nature.
stay home? Would you prefer to stay home playing video games to have casual sex?
Yes,
Yeah. Good.
absolutely.
Yeah, sounds good.
Or work on any other hobby. Firearms, fucking hot rodding, car radio.
I have
40K.
too many shit to paint, right? It's like I have a lot to paint.
Too many expensive hobbies.
Like you said, though, there's already an influx of men to the church. And so if we see that continue, there's going to be a standard shift. And as that standard shift sets in, you're going to see, oh shit, I have to work in a world where there's men with standards and those men aren't accepting me. They're only going to accept these types of ladies. And so then you're going to have a whole section of the population that are women that won't conform at all. And they're going to be basically destitute and realize when they hit the point where they can't have children anymore that they screwed up.
Well, I think
and the next generation is going to see that.
I think they're at that point, but they're a woman that can't admit it. So we're like in the
That
double
is
down.
true.
We're in the double down right now before they break ranks.
Well,
I feel this by 2030, to be honest with you.
so there's something I've been mulling over in my head on this very topic. And it's like, when is the age that women realize that they screwed the pooch, that they're single or they divorced, and it was
35?
not to the betterment of themselves and the rest around them.
30 to 35, especially if they have one or two friends that has their shit together, been married, has the kids, still happily married, lives in the house, has the car, doesn't work as much as she needs to keep things going.
Right.
Like
now,
I think if they're burning like epistemological and ontological core, women want to be mommies and wives and homemakers.
But there's been
they just can't. They're stuck in the double down.
Right. Well, no, that's part of it. The other part is that our culture has hardcore pushed that is the right choice. They're in a double down because they're ideologically captured.
And they're free from the negative consequences when we've undone like no fault divorce and guaranteed child support, and so you get the kids in house, then they can go around.
Page says 35.
Yes, that's geriatric pregnancy. Yes, but when we go from there onward, what we'll see is that if we do, as we have talked about, even like Andrew's talked about, like positive propaganda campaigns for family-focused growth and all of these things, plus a willingness to actually communicate, look, we know you were sold a lie. We know you got screwed in this raw deal.
We know you want to be mommies. That's what all this is for, because that's what you're screaming.
And this whole system has been shifted, and you've been sold a lie. The whole population's been sold a lie. Let's move back towards the traditional, and everything's going to improve. And once they see that is true, there's going to be a move towards it.
There needs to be.
We have to show them that that's the
average
case.
Woman to their female elite girl boss leadership.
Yep.
Because they have to recognize that that's not them. That's not their reality or futures. For some reason, every woman right now thinks that she can hold out until she runs across the 6'6" nigga with 6 figures, over 6 inches, drives fucking 6 cars.
But here's the issue with all of
that. And she could be 500 pounds, 7 kids from 7 different baby daddies. And
here's the thing with all of that.
It's going to work.
I think there's a chunk of this where we take a hardline stance and we go, like Emmett was just saying, yeah, we just do this thing and we force it. Well, you could take that route, but there's going to be faster and better compliance, I think, if you literally let them understand it. Because
Abe, let me ask you a question. When you're dealing with kids, is it a better compliance that is, that a spank sometimes? Spanking?
Sometimes, yeah.
What is a better compliance than a spanking, especially when the kid wants to go ahead and is insistent on putting his hand on the stove?
Sometimes you let them touch the stove. Sometimes stove is hot.
Depends on the person. It literally depends on the person. I promise you it does. I have one son that if I look at him cross and say something, he knows I'm disappointed in him and he's going to fix the behavior immediately. And I have one son that would not and didn't get it at all.
I get that we could roll out the boots tomorrow. The problem is that's not going to be the path of least resistance when I think that they're going to wear themselves out sooner or later. Culture wars last 20 years, give or take. But like there's the whole beta male simp. I throw these guys into
and you don't solve
biologically too. I mean, there's a reason why gay dudes act histrionically.
Well, and
it's the same with these beta males.
Can I get a definition of that word?
Like good little drones, they will throw themselves against the fucking wall just like Homeboy did with the ICE agents, because they think it'll give them a crumb of kitty cat.
Well, not just that. I think there's a certain level of single motherhood raising, and I don't mean that like every single mother is a horrible person. There's widows. I get it. Like that. There's a certain level where single motherhood can happen.
It's not that you're a horrible person. It's just that you're dangerously naive at best.
Maybe. I mean, if a woman's husband dies in war, that doesn't make her bad. I'm saying there are women that leave a good situation and create the situation of their own accord, and there's some that have no choice in the matter. But when you see the ones that left their marriage and abandoned everything that it was to be a traditional family by choice, without real reason, right?
And then they raise children. They don't land the new husband. They
raise children. Those children turn out with ideologies that are similar to that mother's. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, exactly.
And so you end up with grown men who act histrionically because they believe the things that mother said. And so, again, the lie that's been sold isn't the fault.
And it emasculates the females, or makes them masculine.
Right, but the lie that these women have been sold isn't entirely their own fault. There's plenty of women out here that have no idea that everything that they have been taught and learned and seen in all the popular culture is a lie. They've never even had access to know that in a way that's meaningful.
Yeah, and that's why I say no.
Right.
And that's hard because a lot, like I didn't have a father say no. I came through all this through, surrogate fathers and, beating my fists against the millstone. It didn't work out.
And so there's a difference there. When you say, Emma, is it better to spank them or what have you? It depends on whether or not the child knows what they're doing is wrong.
Yeah, if you're a sociopath like me, spank it. You can't punish me.
Yeah, I can. What the fuck are you talking about? I can put a chail upon you, make you big cotton.
Yeah, you can incarcerate me, but I can't be punished into better behavior.
Yes, you can. Okay, people. Yes, you can. Fuck. Yes, you can.
That's like the definition of sociopaths. Like,
okay, let me put it this way. Trench. Let me put it this way.
This is why I worry about single motherhood, because it pumps out cluster B children.
Trench. Okay, let me put it this way. Let's say that I am daddy government, and daddy government like his fucking money, okay? We love the fucking money, okay? Are you gonna not pay taxes? Because are you gonna pay taxes or else, right?
No comment.
No comment.
You can force compliance. You can force compliance, not because it's morally right or wrong, but because of the force aspect that's initiated, right? If you know something terrible will happen to you, if you go outside of the boundaries, you're going to do it, even if you're a sociopath, generally.
Antisocials operate outside of the law as a given already.
That's fine. Listen, I don't have a problem with having a bunch of
doing
the next thing that needs to be done in case it's needed.
What's happening?
Welcome.
I don't have a problem with going all the way to use the tree if needs be to make an example for the other sociopaths, so they know.
There's something about spanking that came in here. I thought it sounded like you're talking about kids, but this sounds like a completely different conversation.
Do you think you can ever fully stamp out the black market?
We're talking about getting compliance of people.
No, it's not about the stamping out the black market. It's about having having
whoa, why does it got to be black?
And there's a
because he black.
Because Trench here.
You got to give me something.
Because there's a direct correlation between parents disciplining their children and the actions of adults today that we see in the world.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, yeah,
of course,
100%.
and that comes down.
That whole
to
gentle parenting nonsense doesn't fucking work.
And this is why the cluster B, the antisocials, are the only ones that reform, because sooner or later they don't want to go to prison anymore. Usually around the age 40. Whereas a histrionic woman will continue being a histrionic woman her entire life.
Yeah, but those people in that position, they got a lot of that contributing factor is that they didn't get spanked enough when they were kids.
I mean, a bunch of this, it's like, I don't think there's any more greater harm you can do than a single parent home, especially a woman, mainly a woman. The stats don't support major large-scale detriment if it's a single father raising children, paradoxically.
Well, yeah, that's because men usually in the home are the disciplinary.
Well, men are the dirty secret of the earth is men are the true romantic species. If you look at the right wing, just to take the right wing alone, to the male conservative, us, generally speaking, the number one concern is family. If you do this with conservative women, this is like their fifth issue. It doesn't even make the top 10 list on the left. So right then and there on the right, even, and women are more susceptible to political ideology if they're married. It goes back to the biology. A woman wants to have an environment around her where her children and offspring can thrive and survive. That's why, married women aren't all about having all these foreigners coming.
Wives sleeping with her boss.
I mean, I get,
like
but
6 months before she got married.
I mean, I get all that. That's just the natural hypergamous nature of females that you're gonna fucking roll the dice with in general. That's
I don't think that is correct. Women are putting too much. Women are much on the nature of people.
Women are hardwired for this shit, dude.
No, they're not.
Why do you think
you are hardwired for this shit? Then okay, if we're only nature, then there's nothing to do. We just accept it and die.
White women from Europe to America are importing foreign military-aged males.
No, they're men. We are doing it. What about we take responsibility for
the
fucking
bulk of
nation?
all these left-wing parties?
Yes, and who you think is in front of the left wing
demographic?
It's the left men doing it too.
Yes.
Who do you think are in front of the left?
There's not as many men on the left as there are on the right and center.
Wait. Newsflash. The manipulations that are fooling women into following these movements are coming from dudes.
A handful, yes. But look at a lot of these guys. They're Skittles. They're women.
Oh my God.
They're sewing their political ideology into compassionate terms so that people will follow it, is what's happening. They don't have to be.
That's the way it's been done for thousands of years.
It's gay.
It's not because of the dudes at the top are truly compassionate. It's because they want their ideologies to win, and they know that if they import enough people, they can get the votes so that their ideology wins, so they can take power.
Giving in full tilt to this nonsense that they're going to get mates.
No, it's not even because of that. It's because of power.
It's all about power.
You see a lot of these guys. The dude who
we're not talking about your average. No, we're not talking about your average leftist man.
I don't know, Trench. AOC's married to a white dude.
The guy out in the street right now, fucking throwing themselves against ICE and getting pepper sprayed in this pseudo-religious ritual, are doing it because they think that they're going to get a crumb of fucking or add a new female to their
policy. Idiots.
That's your average leftist dude. That's not the people at the top. The people at the top have no concern for what you're talking about.
But this is a collectivist movement at the end, so the bottom is just as important as the top. Yes,
it's not. It's they're tricking the people beneath them.
For me, it's the same as like when the left says Donald Trump has tricked all of us into voting for him.
No. It's not the same. The leftist paradigm is not actually collectivist at the top. Look at the people
why can't you see that these people are leftists down at the individual level? At the individual level,
if you look at their,
this is their worldview.
No, because if you look at their actions, you look at the actions of people like Nancy Pelosi, they're out in it for themselves. They're not in it for the collective. If they were, there would be far more actions by the people at the top of the leftist paradigm.
Use that same mantra for Donald Trump. If he's really in this for MAGA, he wouldn't be doing half the shit he'd be doing.
What are you talking about? It benefits him, and it benefits individuals within it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all you're saying to me is that large institutions of power can get subverted and corrupted by individuals. We all know this.
No, I'm saying it's utilizing
every human has a little bit of corruption
at the large scale anyway.
No, I'm telling you that the left is utilizing manipulation of people through compassion towards a collectivist nature to gain power, not because they want a collective society.
That's their propaganda engine. But I'm telling you, at the foot soldier level, these people want a collectivist society, and some of them even at the top. Like they want that. They believe it.
That. I think they just want.
You're a fool because you don't die for these causes like they're doing if they don't believe them. You don't risk a lifetime of incarceration if you're not going to believe it at some, whether you've been brainwashed into it or whether you came across it on your own and think that's the moral virtue.
So let me ask you this, Trench.
They're using idiots
Trench,
to do their bidding, and then they're going to take control. Sorry.
Is the overall battle that we are fighting currently against the everyday Joe Schmo leftist guy on the street, or is it against the controllers at the top that are dominating through using manipulation and compassion?
We're fighting the collectivists. You're actually fighting more per capita of people at the bottom. Think about all the dregs. Think about all the dregs that just hate everything about you. Think about all the people that hate every privilege that you were given. They hate your religion. They hate your geopolitics. They hate your economy. They hate your fucking skin color.
Sure, but if you actually want to conduct change within a nation, you're not going to do it by fighting a bunch of individuals. You're going to crush the ideology.
They've bound their cause to a downward race to the bottom of victimhood.
Yeah, but I'm completely unconcerned with the individual people on the street level. I'm completely concerned with the ideologies that are flawed and nasty and disgusting, and they need crushed so that the people will fall away from them.
Fair enough, but if you crush these people, you only prove their religious standpoint.
So wait, hold on, Trench, wait. Hold on, Trench. Let me ask you something. No, I just want to ask this one question.
No.
I've been quiet. I've been quiet.
I'm devil's advocating here. I'd be the first one putting the baton in there.
K2, let's let K2 spit it out real quick. Go ahead, K2, and then Mo.
There was a Chinese national that got elected, and he's pumping out that white hatred. Capitalism's bad. Yada yada, trying to divide. It's other countries trying to divide us within too.
Of course. Why wouldn't they? They'd be stupid if they didn't.
Go ahead, Mo.
Okay, so Trench, based on what you just put out here, are you if you took the years and years of propaganda in the news, the NGOs, the leaders at the top calling for all this, do you think if you removed all that, you really think that we would have the riots and all this other stuff?
My shit blacked out for like the last 3 sentences. The leaders at the top.
So you have, okay, let's say the years and years of propaganda in the news, the leaders at the top, the NGOs, you remove all that, you think the people on the ground roots, you think they're going to do the riots that they're currently doing?
Yes.
You really think that they would still be out there rioting?
I still think so, yes.
Without all the propaganda?
It wouldn't be as probably large scale and as accelerated. I would grant you that for sure.
If you were to put them, if you were to put 100 of them in jail, do you think they'd be outside rioting right now?
At this point, I think that if we unrolled like Order 66 and just marched my boys up and down the street, I think that they would try to do one big flash push of actual insurrection rebellion before they realized it it's futile. But the
Okay,
problem
let's
is
say
I
let's
can
say that
agree with that.
you take
the problem is that it, like, the body toll, like, I don't want to burn the empire down unnecessarily.
You're not burning the empire down, and you've put 100
But
of them in jail, and
I
then
fully
put,
recognize that we've already lost, and now it's time to, like, amputate a few limbs for sure. Like, it's going to hurt.
What is it wrong to put them in jail? Why is that amputating stuff?
I think that, like, culturally, I'm just Machiavellian in this bitch. If I'm looking at this,
are
as
you
if
gonna
I
go
was
with
a
the
foreign,
cultural libertarianism on me?
No, I'm looking at this as if I was a foreign occupying commander, right? And I'm trying to subjugate the American people into my will. A naturally rebellious, radically individualistic people down to their epistemological core for hundreds and hundreds of years, since at least 1600.
That I don't think that's true, but okay.
So, Trench, follow-up question then. If that's the case, then why, when we had the Rodney King riots, why was that not nationwide?
Things were still relatively good, especially on the a lot of this comes
good because of what?
Like economics, like
economics.
Reagan, yeah, we were in the tail.
So you don't think the propaganda lasts 20
and,
years, or had nothing to do
and
with?
We were at a cultural and economic high point, I believe. So
and
when things are good,
okay, so culture high point. What shapes the narrative of culture currently in the U.S.?
Everything can be tracked down to the Ferguson effect. Period.
I think the 90s. I think there was a part of the 90s while, like, there was on the background, there's racial animosities still kind of lingering.
Right, but we didn't see nationwide riots with Rodney King, right?
There's the drug wars fizzling down, but there was a general sense of optimism. Like, yes, we're progressing, or we've made progress, but we're not progressing.
And what effects took away that optimism? You think it was just strictly? You don't think that, like, propaganda had anything to do with that? The news? You don't think it had anything to do with that?
I think a few kind of like natural cyclical cycle things kind of happened. To be honest with you, you can only be the hegemony so long before you have to start defending your spot on the hill.
Well, as far as law enforcement, it came down to Ferguson. I was a cop when that went down, and you immediately saw a shift in everyone's behavior because nobody wanted to be, oh man, I don't want to get caught on that camera for some dumb shit or whatever. And it radically changed the way that police handled their business.
And I'll even concede that Obama started plucking at racial strings and this was the disappointment because from the 90s. I grew up with the Power Rangers and fucking Pan, and you name a pop culture movie, it was the Rainbow Kids fucking doing it, right? So we went from that to all of a sudden there are these problems of systemic racisms, this and that and the other thing, that they couldn't even, that they just made outright racial. I could even concede that a lot of it is socioeconomic, right? You're poor, you're ignorant, you're dumb, you're going to have poor, ignorant, dumb kids, regardless of your skin color.
Hold on, that's not true. You get people that are well off that just gets.
I don't think he meant in every case. I think he's talking in generalities.
General. These are just generalities. It's just like in the very nice neighborhoods, not everybody goes on and does good things. Some people are a disgrace to their family. I know all kinds of people that's dads owned a dealership, but they got addicted to coke and became losers.
True.
So it's not
because they weren't spanked enough as a kid. That's why.
Oh, and mommy and daddy got divorced.
That's right.
Partially.
So yes, like the feminist stuff was such a
mommy wasn't getting spanked enough in that occasion too.
Such a massive blow, especially for the egalitarian, collectivist, postmodernist worldview, because they had to deconstruct everything in order to build a universe for themselves to operate in.
Well, we're still against the spanking. The whole thing goes back to spanking. It's like, no, we cannot spank them. No, don't spank them.
But
They're
this
just
is-
little childs.
This was a
If
part.
you spank me, my libertarianism is gonna flare out. Like,
Well,
no,
this
fuck
is
that.
Well,
Yeah,
I
they-
think also people have a different, like a crazy view of like spankings with kids. They make it out to like you just wake up in the morning and you just like lynching your kids all throughout the day. It's not really that. If you have a kid and you correct them like 3 or 4 times something, and then you tap their hand, right? Sometimes that's all it takes. Like, and it's like, okay, then the message is received. They understand that's bad, and the kids understand real early, like when they're doing something they're not supposed to. Like they're
Well,
way
also-
smarter than people think they are.
No, for
Yeah.
So
No,
their
they're all
reasoning
dumb.
skills comes online really quick.
But
It
this is
also
all.
depends
But
on
this
the
is all a
kid,
death of
because-
1,000 cuts.
Well, real quick before we move on from the spanking, and it depends on the kid. Kids react to different things differently, right? Some kids their behavior may be corrected by spanking. Others, all you have to do is give them a look, and then they get it. They get what they did was wrong, and you know what I mean.
Right.
They're not going to repeat it.
Okay, I agree with you. I'm just gonna spank them just to be sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, just to be sure, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the spanking. Okay, and when it comes to the leftists and they're destroying the things, they're just gonna spank them and then be sure about it. So I'm
I mean,
gonna
we
put them
do
in jail
see-
for a jail, and that's
We
it.
do
you
see
know?
a higher. What's it called?
like-
Social. It's a form of social credit. Trust. A higher trust index and social credit. That orients that. The further you go back in time, and the further you go back in time, mid 80s, 70s, 60s, you know, the principal was tanning that ass, the vice principal was tanning that ass in the office. And subsequently, you could have, you know, kids drive to school with fucking, you know, a 30-30 on the rifle rack in the back of the pickup truck, and he'd be getting paddled by the principal, and he wouldn't have the slightest inclination to go in and shoot up the school.
Well,
Things
that's
were
social.
less-
I mean,
That's social trust and a lack of cultural breakage, I think.
Well, we were more Christian for one. I mean, Protestantism has failed.
There was less bowling, so that's a big factor. There's a bowling for Columbine joke. The
Right.
Columbine kids went bowling the morning before.
That's also another factor, though. Too, there's this wild card factor of like shit parents not seeing their little psycho come in and out of the house every day.
Also, could just be shit kids.
Yes, you could be shit kids, but if I'm not gonna let my kid run around in a trench coat and make fucked up animal abuse videos and fucking.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I'm
or
gonna know
bowl.
what
Absolutely.
I'm gonna know what my teenager's doing.
What's wrong with
fire.
the trench coat?
Paige,
I'm
welcome
gonna-
in.
It's creepy.
Hey,
Yeah,
it's
it's a
good to
little
see
weird,
you.
bro.
Dude, you ain't
Like,
if
it's
you're
August.
rocking a
What are you doing?
regulator duster and you're not like Dog the Bounty Hunter, the Renegade from that series back in the 90s, dude. Like, what are you doing in a duster?
Maybe
Yeah.
I'd
Well,
like to LARP as the bounty hunter.
The other part is like an ever increasing cultural shift in like Hollywood and music that was completely allowed to happen. There used to be limiters on what kind of things got put out
Oh, for
that
sure.
hit the culture, right? The same is true for like comic books. The same is true for everything. We actually made sure things didn't go out into the culture that were corruptive in nature, and that all of those came off, and you saw a complete shift in every popular culture sector that there is.
Yeah,
And
because
the
like they
entirety
misinterpret
of society
it too.
followed it.
Well,
And
no,
they
I
misinterpret the past part of their Redcon because, like, you look at old like Marvel stuff, it's like radically individualistic. That's what they're fighting. They're fighting for the individual. But you show a vintage comic book to one of these leftoids today, and they're like, oh yeah, this is clearly Marxism. Stan Lee is really trying to tell you need to be a communist.
I think a lot of it comes down to the parents not moderating what they are. I mean, we had mature, ratings and shit like that. So I'm perfectly fine with it being more open for adults, but it's up to the parents to guard against, allowing their kids to see that when they're not mature enough to actually handle it.
Yeah, there's a
I
whole
don't think
there's
we
a
should
whole
just-
modern culture of parenting where it's basically put the kids in front of the screen to like keep them busy while mom and daddy like do work, and that's
Yeah,
just
Adventure Time
detrimental.
was all well and good, but it was Skittles propaganda.
Sorry,
Well,
guys. Just before we like completely get deviated from this topic, I would have joined earlier, but like I just woke up from an 11-hour nap, so it was a bit out of
Wow.
sorts. Needed to
Took a
freshen up. And
coma.
Yeah. So look, I feel like this is my obligation to speak on this because, like I said in chat, not a lot of women do. This is kind of what you guys were touching on earlier. The problem is women that go to the age of 35 and they're like, it's okay. I never needed to have kids. And I'm perfectly fine. You know, I can buy myself whatever I want. I don't even have any little rugrats to take care of. That's really damaging. Because women will see that when they're in their 20s, and then when they're 35 and they're alone and they don't have any kind of contingency plan for when they grow up, and you know, maybe they need healthcare from their kids, or maybe they need just, you know, somebody to be around, just a family, right? They don't have any of that. I think the real age is like 35, like I said, geriatric pregnancy. There's a couple reasons for this. Number one, obviously, that's the age where pregnancy generally becomes more difficult. But also from people that I've known personally, a lot of women get the things that make pregnancy risky in their late 20s, early 30s. So like diabetes, hypertension, musculoskeletal issues.
Sexually transmitted diseases.
I mean, hope not, but yeah, I guess in 2026, right? A lot of things that make pregnancy really risky. And so when you get even going past the point where you're like, okay, I don't have those issues and I'm 35, you can still have a difficult pregnancy. And that's assuming that you didn't have any of that happen to you. So I think it's really important for women like myself, because I just turned 35, to speak out about this. I never thought I wanted kids, and now ultimately it's probably medically too risky.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If it's not out, out of pocket, or you don't, if it's
I'm
too
pretty
personal,
easygoing.
Like, I have this kind of it's an opinion at this point in time, but like a lot of women been taking birth control since they were 15. So you take birth control from 15 to 30, and that is also a huge factor in just so many of the meltdowns. So were you taking birth control at a very young age and throughout your adult life?
Funnily enough, yeah. So I was raised in a pretty conservative Christian household, Lutherans, but still really conservative. Went to church every weekend. I was in Bible study. I was an acolyte, because women can be that in the Lutheran faith. Weird, I know. And when I was about 16, I was having I don't want to get too into details, but I was having pain in a certain region, right? So my mom took me to the doctor, and the doctor prescribed me birth control. She's like, yeah, birth control will help with this. And at the time I wasn't even sexually active. So it was completely unnecessary. It was just prescribed.
And I've seen it for skin conditions.
I was just
they use it as
women,
a hormone balance thing.
Yep. Most of the women I know, I'm 41, most of the women in my age group during our teen years were put on birth control for skin, for other things, basically from the age of 12 until the age of 16 or even older, for reasons that were not about sexuality. Almost always it was something else, but then they had them on birth control, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
And then it creates issues with hormones. So then the mate selection's all messed up. The ability to have children in some cases. I've seen women come off of birth control after being on it since they were 12, and they can't have children for years and years because their fertility's all messed up.
It's just saying. It just creates an unholy synergy of things. When they're young, then they're like, well, I'm already on birth control, so I can have premarital sex, which is okay. I get it, but it's not 1970 anymore. Everybody's doing it now. So you have these girls that by the time they're 25, they've already had, 5, 6, 10 partners already. You can't maintain a stable long-term relationship because you're all cranked out on hormones. And it's already hard enough to get a woman to take accountability just as is, but you're all cranked out on hormones. It's like, yeah.
So luckily that didn't happen to me. I didn't.
Uh-oh. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Sorry, Paige. Keep going. Sorry.
She deserves it.
Enough.
Wow.
We've heard enough of this
mahogany over here.
Yeah.
This harlotry.
That didn't happen to me. I got with my ex-fiance when I was about 18. I was with him for almost 10 years. So I didn't really have that whole phase. And yeah, I mean, it definitely made me a bit hormonally altered, but not too much. It was just weird because when I left him, and after that I dated for a bit, and then I went on a long period of celibacy. and I'm still basically on that. I had a short break and I've been on it for now another 2 years. I went to go off birth control thinking like, okay, I don't need birth control anymore. And it messed me up so much. I had mood swings for like an entire week. So I went back on the birth control. And then this past July, when I converted to orthodoxy, because it's a no-no, I just decided to go off it. And it took about 6 months before a normal.
I bet. Probably a year.
Yeah. It was like 60 to 35.
Yeah, I remember reading somewhere where women, when they're on birth control for an extended period of time, they'll get into a relationship and then they decide to get married and they get off of it. And since it's such a crazy shift in hormones, they actually end up like not even liking the guy they're with.
Exactly.
Yep.
I've heard the different another like caveat to that too is they get on the hormones, and part of it like completely dysregulates your natural libido and sexual drives in general. So you kind of get this beta male that you kind of adopt as like a surrogate child that you run, and you're doing all like the surrogate child things where you're doing the mind games and the mommying and the controlling. And then you quit taking the birth control, and then you're like, I am not even attracted to this dude. I want a Chad with the 6-pack or some form of toxic masculinity.
Yeah, that same study I was reading, it was something along the lines of it said that like basically it was making the case that women who are on birth control, they tend to favor more feminine men. And so then they get married and then they get off birth control, and then now they want a more masculine men, and then they're stuck with this guy who likes to do his hair and makeup in the morning.
Or he's just super agreeable. He always does. Like, even if everything's perfect and you do everything for a woman, sooner or later she's going to start resenting you for it. So like, you get one of these beta yes men that's doing everything for you, up, down, left, and right. It'll work out for a while.
I think with me and my ex, it was just like we met when I was 18. He was 20. We just grew up to be different people, and he was a liberal and an atheist, so it was never really.
That's going to be a problem.
It was a problem. Shit. Yeah, in addition to growing apart. But I did find one study on birth control. It's not the one that you were citing, Mo. It's the one about how it like heightens levels of cortisol in women and affects our sociological response or psychosocial response to things. UCLA did it. UCLA is obviously a pretty liberal institution, so if they can find that conclusion,
they do. They look at those conclusions like, okay, great, this is how we reach more women. They don't have any problem publishing their results.
Well,
it'll make you more crazy.
Let's put this into perspective, though. You give them all birth control at an early age, basically because they have acne or other conditions, and then there is a mass of looking for mates, right? They're not looking for mates. Instead, there's a bunch that, because they're raised in a secular world, feel like it's completely okay to go out and sleep around. And then they sleep around, and they have this skewed version of what it is to have a partner or a spouse. And then when they go off of it finally to have children, they're messed up. They might not have the fertility that they need to have children. Their ability to bond with a mate is all jacked up because of their habits prior. Like, no wonder we're in a birthing crisis. This is another piece of that puzzle that's really screwed up. And most of the time, like, Christian parents are putting their, like, okay, maybe not Orthodox Christian parents, but parents who don't think this is why it's being done, or maybe I feel like they're doing it on purpose, but Christian parents who are Protestant are going in there, their daughter's breaking out like crazy, and they say, well, this is a hormonal pill. It'll help with her breakouts. They give it to them. It does actually help with the breakouts. Everything's better, but it is birth control. And so then you've got this cycle that has been started in this young girl who has no idea what's going on.
You just threw the gun in the fucking crib.
It shoots the pooch right off the bat. Everything's all screwed up from the moment puberty has set in.
It's just plotting against you on so many levels. Now there's not the threat of getting pregnant. How am I going to hide a pregnancy from daddy or mommy? All of these things.
Yeah, my dietitian told me that a lot of skin issues are like diet related, surprisingly. You don't need a hormonal pill to correct them. Some people have
Yeah, why would modern people have issues with that? With all this shit out
Hormones are
Yes.
gained through food. Imagine that. So are your vitamins and all the nutrients you need. And our diets are all screwed up in the West. So
that's how little Susie ends up with, D's at the age of 12.
it's just everything is out of whack.
Yeah.
Everything.
And the other thing too is, like I said in the chat, just assuming that you go and get a degree, right? As a woman, you get a degree, you spend at least 4 years in school, then you gotta, get a job, pay off your student debt. By the time all that happens, usually somebody's got a chip.
Yeah. A loud chip bag.
Yeah, my bad. Pork rinds.
Maybe the loudest chip bag I've ever heard.
Pork rinds. They're
Pork
just loud.
I think the moon heard that shit.
Yeah. By the time most of that happens, I mean, at best, she's about 30. Like, for me to pay off my student loans, I had about like 35-ish in debt. And then I also went to school for 4 years. And I started working in my second year of my program. So I graduated with an industry job. Took me to about 32, 33 before I was like finally able to say, hey, I can support myself and I don't have crippling debt.
Ugh.
Which is
Yeah,
2 years
girlfriend.
away.
My girlfriend has her PhD, and that bill's coming due. It's a big
How
one.
old is she?
Same age as me, 40.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, what's driving and what another animosity in the gender war, the culture war, is you have women that are more college educated, more financially stable. They're doing like clerical, logistic. Granted, their biggest fields are education and medical, but they're making more money. Meanwhile, in the 60s and 70s and 80s, the dads who were turning wrenches and pouring fucking concrete were making money to keep up with the Joneses. They were making executive type money, executive levels of pay. So now that door is slammed shut because all these women have been bringing in military age males that have just completely drowned out the labor and skilled labor and unskilled labor markets. You can't pay an American to pour concrete.
I think it's the whole of the nation that's doing it.
Just a bunch of
And
things.
like I said, the women who are making those choices is due to being convinced by an ideology that needs to be scrapped. And in order for us to have this not continue the way that it's already continuing, we have to scrap that ideology because it will persist so long as it's pushed.
You and I might want to pour concrete, but we're not going to be able to hang with these Mexican crews on what they're doing it for.
Well, we do need to deal with that, but that's like, you're talking about the right now. I'm talking about the long haul. If we don't fix the situation, this is just going to cyclically happen forever.
Yeah, there needs to be a return to tradition. And I'm kind of an unconditional accelerationist. Is we're noticing more and more women, popping out of the matrix because it's not working out for them. I believe if we remove a handful of the last safety nets, no fault divorce, remove automatic child support, like we will see a drastic change back, in relative short order.
Yeah, but that still means that there's like at least 2 generations of women that are still like filtering out of like birth control and like hormones that have been put into the system and like.
Oh, people are going to get. There's no airbag.
There's no potted in the rainbow for them. Is that what you're trying to say, Trench?
I'm saying we either let Emmett have his way and execute Order 66.
Oh no,
that doesn't.
Or
Emmett
we
what
let
do you
them
mean by execute Order 66?
I'm talking fucking everything is illegal, bro.
So in the movie Revenge of the Sith, it was a Star Wars movie. At the end,
he knows.
I know.
In the end, the good guys won because the Jedi were the evil guys. That's what
I'm not against Order 66.
There's a very particular color scheme here.
Like if that's what it takes, I mean, I guess that's what it takes. Fucking. Would you like to?
Why do you think I want to execute all the Jedi? That's my question.
It's It's that same thing that always happens with your voice and tonality. Evidently, everybody thinks that you're actually a Sith Lord and you came here from outside of our galaxy.
At the very least, you're
Well,
a
I
trade
actually want
unionist.
to
A
execute all the Jedi. They are.
Have you seen how Emmett dresses sometimes? I'm not convinced he's not a Sith Lord. What are you talking about?
Hey,
Right now, his
you
name is
really going to
God.
blow his cover right now, Mo? Calm down.
Let's be fair.
Oh, that's right. He's in the plotting stage of his Palpatine arc.
Damn. If only people knew.
He's still got to draw power to himself before he can mask off.
He's just Sith adjacent right now.
Oh my god.
No, I think this is why one of the things that I keep trying to harp on is that there has to be some level of grace for people that have no idea they're walking in the stew at the current moment. Because if they knew and they were shown that the ideology is bunk, they may turn face and walk away from it. There's going to be plenty that are in rebellion 100% by choice. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're going to continue to do so. But the ones that aren't should be given the grace to walk away from that thing.
They feel emboldened, or like crime is like 90% done, like theft, rape, all of it. Like opportunity, like in the criminal mindset, it's like the opportunity's here, I'm going to take it. So
at Abe, when you say that grace, what exactly do you like? Who would fall into that category of grace, and what does that mean?
So, okay, well, like Emmett said earlier, he's like, well, they could spend a year in jail. I'm like, okay, so there's a certain level of complicity where you know you're walking in this ideology and you've seen that the effects are messed up and wrong, right? And those are like your professors who are teaching women's studies. These, generally speaking, they're dead set on the ideology. And even if you brought them the idea that, oh, the birth rate crisis is this is why women in the workforce are creating these issues, this is why, you go through all these things with them and they're gonna laugh in your face and tell you that's because you're a man and you put those together and I could show you the counter, right? They're never gonna change. But there's plenty of
so gulags for them. But
I think they're women and they can't even, to them, they haven't been brainwashed and that they're right, versus like a libertarian knows he's selling you dope.
Sure, but I'm saying that there's plenty of young women out here that are slowly gravitating towards Christianity, slowly gravitating towards some kind of responsibility, and we should be trying to reach those women and show them that there's actually a huge flaw in feminism and that it's destroying the West, and that all of these ideologies that have been pushed, oh, you can wait, you can have a career till you're 40, all these things are destructive by their very nature.
I think as long as we frame it like that, they won't even give a shit, because there's a part of that like Lilith female spirit that when it doesn't get its way, it's like, yeah, they know, there's a part of them that fully knows they're destroying the West. That's why they're doing everything that they're doing.
But so on an individual level, though,
more like, you want to be a mommy. You know you want to be a mommy. We know you want to be a mommy. So here is what we're going to do to help you realize that.
And that's what it is.
If you want to be a mommy, then this is some of the ground that you're going to have to give up to make that happen.
Well, there needs to be pro-family policy. There needs to be positive propaganda for family building and traditional family roles. And all of these things should be put in place. And that's what I'm saying. There's a level of, we stand against this ideology, and there's obviously going to be people that hate and sow discontent because we're against those ideas. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you say anybody who believes in any form of feminism is your enemy, because that's not the case. There's plenty out there that are in the feminist ideal. There's plenty functioning within the feminist ideal that have no idea that what they're doing is jacked up and harming them and others.
And there's no one quick fix to show every individual woman that's going to snap them out of it. They all have different things that will pull. I mean, my girlfriend was pretty left-leaning for a long time, and then after the 2016, she was like, what the hell's going on? And it radically changed her worldview, right? But it's not going to be the same for everyone.
That, and she also sees you as a mate, where if she does have kids with you, if you don't have them already, she doesn't want them to be in an environment where the offspring.
So that's the second part. That would be the second part. We need to be educating boys to be men, not to be boys for their whole lives, or feminine men that never grow into manhood.
Consumers, we want productive men.
Right. So that's the other side of the coin. The other side of the coin is we need to promote masculinity, promote manhood, promote hard work, promote the things that we want to see in the male population at the same time as pushing back on the feminism. And
I don't disagree with that, Abe, but I guess the question is how much of this is basically just self-correcting, right? Because these women, they get in their 40s and they don't have kids and they realize that, you know, they're screwed basically. They're genetic dead ends. I mean,
well, that's also the danger zone, because after they were like, well, the sun has set on me, now I'm gonna fucking quadruple down into this angry fucking crone and just bleed that Cruella de Vil or that octopus bitch from fucking Little Mermaid,
Ursula.
Right. Yeah. So there's another side of this. Right, but there's another side to that, right? There's plenty of women out there. There's plenty of women out there. Yes, there's plenty of women out there that do become that way, but there are plenty of women that pass this line and realize they done effed up. Those women need to be speaking out to younger women saying, look, I missed the boat. I missed my opportunity. Don't miss your opportunity, because I guarantee you there's plenty of women out there that are older that realize they didn't have kids and a family, and they don't want women to suffer that same fate. Yes, there's going to be women that double and triple and quadruple down. But there's plenty of women out there that could teach the younger women, you don't want to do this, because there is plenty out there right now promoting, very vocally, I might add, in their 40s and 50s and 60s, that it's the best life to be a single woman. We need to counter that with women saying, look, this is not what you want. You're going to die.
So it sounds like we need to recruit some older women who feel that way.
I think it's the best practice is they're going to listen to women who are exhibiting what they think they want, but it's not what they can get.
I don't know, man. In my experience, women usually hate women more than men.
Yeah, that's a red flag for me. If I was to start over again, I'd be like, well, you don't have any female friends? All right, well, it was nice talking to you.
No, that's not I mean, just women hate women. You know what I mean? So,
I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
If a woman can't get along,
I mean, I hate all of you. But
I think you see that you see the whole hate thing and jealousy in like peer groups, like younger women, you know, talking with older women. I don't think you see that as much, right? Because they don't have any. There's no competition.
And they're no longer a threat. Yeah, you're right.
Almost like grandma's not around anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just as an example that we can all relate to, I mean, I know there's a lot of women out there that have personally come to the Crucible and have said, hey, I watched Rachel Wilson debate, or I read Rachel Wilson's book and I found it to be pretty persuasive. And I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I have, you know, kind of talked to some women, especially on TikTok, and they've been like, hey, you're right about a couple of these things. Like, you know, plant the seeds.
Well, that does kind of remind me that on the flip side, how do you include some of these other demographics of women in the change? You offer the ones that have been lied to, that are single mothers. I'm sure there's plenty of like good dudes like Andrew Wilson, that are willing to be stepfathers under the right pretext and condition, but nothing like, you know, what modernity has.
So that would be another piece, actually. You could also the mothers, right? The women out there that are past the birthing age, that are happily married still, who have adult children, getting out there and saying, look, this is the most fulfilling life can be. I am happy in what I have done here, and I'm fulfilled, and my children come every holiday, and this is an amazing life. How much of that do you see? The microphone has been given to the wrong crowd, and that wrong crowd is pushing an ideology that is diverting all of the younger from carrying out what they are built for, what we are made for.
Absolutely.
And all you have to do to subvert it is give them the same lies the serpent gave in the garden. They can have all that they want, and they can live forever, and they can all these, put yourself in the God seat.
You don't need no man. You can raise this kid by yourself, or you can murder him. Your choice.
Christian women.
All right. So look, here's the pitch then. Somebody starts like an interview type show, right? And all old ladies that are in that demographic where they've missed the train and they have regret, just you interview them, do it respectfully, don't call them like an old bag or anything. You gotta be just sensitive, right?
They know.
And, have a discussion and get them to kind of paint the picture and then interview them. And then you just make content about that and push that out there.
Yep.
Don't name it like chats with old bags or anything like that. You gotta be sensitive. Like
single mom interviews.
Chats with not granny.
Chats with I'm trying to think of what would be a sensitive way to put it.
That would be
with a waist.
Dude, the whole Kevin Samuels thing or Samuels thing where you're like trying to like groom or give advice to single mothers to actually get realistic baby daddy replacements.
You could name it Menno Ponderings.
There you go, man. Yeah, something like that. There you go.
Come on, is there a drum
See,
tape for that? Come on, that was funny.
There we go. Paige has the idea, the spirit that I'm putting out here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. There you go. Hell, I might do this.
That would be. Fun.
Look, I'm just giving what I can to people because
baseball bags, cool Vic. That's another good one.
I think there are navigatable pathways forward to help fix these situations, and I don't see them happening. And I think they would make differences.
Face grandmas.
I just want to say that women's I think they went bitter because of godlessness, and then not fulfilling what their bodily function.
They're not even godless. They just started worshiping.
But it's not women. It's us. Look at us. Everyone is Jesus.
Here's the truth.
I agree with you. But I just in that specific, we were talking about.
Yeah, but here's the absolute rock bottom truth of the situation. There's not enough good, godly men leading households towards Christ, and we've allowed the entirety of the culture to divert so far away from that it's out of whack. And so they don't even know that a good, godly man is what they're seeking. They don't even know that they need.
Because the current the current zeitgeist is either the Christian is some mustache man sympathizer, or he's Ned Flanders, completely lame, and that's the zeitgeist.
I mean, to some probably, maybe, but 60% of Americans say that they're like Christian in some way, shape, or form. So I don't know that that's the case. I think that's the zeitgeist in the left or the leftists' spaces.
There's something.
But I think young men are moving in spades
but I don't
towards
like
Christianity.
Any of the rules placed on me by the Christian God. So
yeah, you don't believe in servant leadership?
That's the problem.
I don't.
I mean, he started with 10 right away. I'm like, whoa, boy, that's a lot.
They all believe that as Christ loved the church for some reason means that the man should also submit to the wife. It's pretty funny.
No, just the willingness to sacrifice so that your family has.
And that goes.
Their Christianity goes as far as their ability to submit to authority and their ability to.
Well, that's the part that's forgotten, that you're supposed to submit to Christ.
And they use Jesus Christ as a mascot.
Yeah, Jesus is a mascot that tells me he's my best friend and that I can actually do whatever I want to do.
Yeah. So Peter Rollins, an Irish theologian, he talks about God being another product like Chevy or Mercedes, BMW, whatever, right? It's in the vending machine of life. Hey, if you feel empty, get to Jesus. He'll make you feel whole again, right? It's no longer as if you had 99 items and then God comes in your life and you have 100. God changes the way you interact with all other things.
And I think I know what
that's not
this
how
is.
it's being sold.
I think I know what that is. I think that there's a saying, right? Religion is the opiate to the masses. I think somebody took that and realized if we can co-opt this and make it seem like it's just a sellable product, it will degrade it into the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, the adult.
I don't even think that was the initial schema. I think it was we're going to bend Christianity so that we can do capitalism.
I don't know. I read Rachel
capitalism?
Wilson's. I read Rachel Wilson's book, and if we look at the movements of feminism from its early inception, it looks exactly like that. Let's degrade the church into the ground. Let's add the occult. Let's add every crazy belief. Let's make women into powerhouses in the church. Let's put men into submission under women. Let's all of those things.
I mean, you don't find it odd that capitalism and Protestantism
planned.
have the same birthday for the most part?
And were most of them like, wasn't it stemmed from communism, and a lot of the early feminist championers were like witches too? Like,
Yes. Well, they still are. They still are. If you look at any of the heads of feminist movements, they're all acclaimed witches of some kind.
It's also has to do with the closeness of the teloi. Like the collectivist and the individualist share republicanism in common. They just have two radically different interpretations on what the republic is and how it should function.
I think it could reside in any teloi, to be fair. If you look at
there's
any
certain things that won't, like of the three teloi, there's certain traits that can't by ontology.
Did Rome have an emperor?
Yes, Rome had an emperor.
Sometimes three.
Just checking.
But what is an emperor?
An authoritarian leader.
It's a title for a military commander. That was their workaround. They wanted to go to an absolutist model. There was already in the cultural zeitgeist the disdain for monarchy, so you just call him emperor. There
was disdain for monarchy during the empire.
But
and then we had the British
and before,
monarchy
the Republic
and
phase.
all the others after.
That's why Rome never had a king and created the title emperor, because they emphatically didn't want to have a monarchy. And it wasn't a hereditary position. It was towards like mid and late empire. It was whoever the Patreon guard said it was going to be. What? And it got more wacky after, like, they started letting plebeians into the Patreon guard.
I think the reason I have an issue with this is because religion itself, as far as Christianity is concerned, isn't like political ideology in the way of collectivist or
correct
or individual or authoritarian. I think that it is what its dictates are. And so it doesn't flow between, or shouldn't flow between, those teloi the way that you're saying.
But I look at the absolutist model, though, especially with the Byzantines, or whether we look at America and its reverence for the separation of church and state. They're talking about the same thing, but pragmatically they're executed differently, especially because of their proximity.
Well, that's because you can't make people believers by force.
They both honor Darwinism. The divine right of kings is the hierarchy of the natural market. So
There's like a weird flutter echo.
Yeah,
anybody else hear that?
I kind of do. The difference is like the Byzantine model, where you had both heads of the eagle, one representing the church, one representing the state. That was an acknowledgement that, yes, the church does have authority. It's not the state, but it is an authority capable of enforcing its orthodoxy, defending itself, etc. Versus the individualist model we have that's kind of impunized the power of religion.
Could somebody remind me what the book of Deuteronomy is about? Was it about setting up a government?
Mostly gay stuff, I think. Like, don't do this.
Versus the collectivist model.
According to the Hebrew Israelite I just talked to earlier, it justifies them being the chosen people. Apparently.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
No, I was meaning. I think it lays out the dictates of building a societal governmental structure. And so,
I may be thinking of Leviticus. Yeah,
you are thinking of Leviticus, but
isn't it like sermons or like some kind of addresses?
I think that you see it laid out how to run, well, at least run their nation in that time. And so, like, I don't know. It seems weird to me. I don't think you keep bringing up the teloi, and it's like twisting my brain a little bit, because I do understand that, like,
I got maps.
I get that. I think that they're artificial conscriptions of what naturally exists. That's my issue. My issue is that human nature works a certain way, and we kind of know how that thing works. And those teloi are great descriptors, but I don't think that they are the actuality of the situation. I think that if we look at all of human history till now, we can see how humans' natures reflect in the way that they rule, how they govern, what they do. And so, yes, you could say that we fall into those three teloi, or some degree
I look at
of
them
those
by
three
function,
teloi.
though, too, just by nature of the collective, the few, or something more autocratic coming from the one.
Sure.
And
But
there's implications of authority in all of these. What is the authority grounded in? Is it grounded in us at the street level? Is the authority grounded in the supreme one? Is the authority grounded in the oligarchy?
Well, I think there's only one true answer to that question.
Whoever's capable of pulling off the violence.
Well, no, I mean beyond that.
What's beyond violence?
God.
Okay. Fair enough. But
I mean, there is only
I don't know
one
when, I don't know when
authority.
I don't know when the day of the Lord is. That's the problem.
Fair.
Hey, Grok, what's the day of the Lord?
Back to that whole the Grand Inquisitor from the Brothers Karamazov. Like, people need earthly bread. I mean, yes, it'd be nice if we could just give everybody, if Holy Mother Church just gave everybody spiritual bread. That should be enough, but it's not. People need earthly bread, and without it, they lose their shit.
Well, it's that whole thing. We're blessed and cursed with our free will, right?
Yep.
There's a hole in us, and it's shaped like God, and we need to find it. But humans like to fill it with all kinds of other things.
I can't remember his name.
Yes, but this also didn't stop the Catholic Church from
Voltaire.
sacking Orthodox Constantinople on its way to crusade.
Say again?
So it was like the first or second crusade on the way to the Middle East. They stopped off at Constantinople and sacked the place. Christian against Christian.
What were they wearing?
I imagine both sides had nice, fabulous red crosses on.
But just to clarify, that wasn't that just a battalion of Crusaders that did that? I don't think that was like
it was
ordained
fleet.
by. Yeah, I don't think that was ordained by the church to do that. Right?
It's still when we get to authorities.
I'm not saying it was like not wrong or anything.
They had
accurately.
The skills, they had the badges. I mean, that's part of the collectivist nature of the Catholic Church. It created military orders to make itself more worldly, to give itself temporal power, versus the absolutist model where there was an emperor outside of the church who was the Holy Roman Emperor, who operated outside of the church as the head of state with his own private army.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of a big deal of why it was such a big deal when the Merovingian families were named, Holy Roman Emperor. It was a changing in the balance and an elevation of the bishop of Rome to King of Kings. Because then with his armies, and then with his new controlled Holy Roman Emperor that's his little vassal, he's King of Kings.
Wow.
And that's the danger of collectivism, because it totalitizes things into itself, different than how the autocrat totalitizes things into itself.
Welcome in, Sweater.
They're both totalitarian, but the question is, do you want Big Mother or Big Brother?
Well,
Big Mother looks more like re-education centers and gulag. Big Brother is death squads.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of see that.
You have a very interesting way of looking at it, I think.
Well, that's why I laugh at like libertarians that can't tell the difference between a communist and a Nazi. It's like you can't be serious. Granted, I will concede that Nazis are farther left than Mussolini's pure fascism.
Yes. That's what happened.
Didn't Andrew just argue about fascism again recently?
I'm not sure.
I think he argued about somebody. He argued somebody saying Christianity is fascism or Christian something. I can't remember what it was.
Christian nationalism is fascist.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
These are people that can't separate and understand different types of nationalism. The second you use the word nationalism, it's all.
Was that on the Bloodbath one or that fucking panel? It had the worst starting, the worst fucking music.
Like they can't comprehend that like Starship Troopers is an extreme form of civic nationalism.
That's what it was.
Bound by race, religion, creed. It revolves around a universal culture that's meritocratic.
Kinda. Only kinda.
What do you mean?
Because, well, the main character didn't have to join the military. He chose to because his family had power already, which means he didn't have to serve for citizenship. And
that's part of it. They had free speech too. It's like, remember the party where he was like,
it shows
your
that
parents should be whipped in Times Square for saying treasonous
but it shows
things,
that
but you have freedom of speech. You just can't.
Yeah, but it showed that there wasn't. It showed that there was flaws in that system just as much as there is in any system.
Oh, for sure. And like in the books and in like the 3D animated version and some of the other spin-offs, there's like full-on terrorist insurrections.
So the Mr. corrected me in the chat. It was Trump is fascist. That's I think what it was.
Oh, absolutely not.
It was a very recent one though, with that mostly baldy dude. I don't remember what it was.
He doesn't even hit like 2 points of what it would take out of like 7 to be a fascist.
Yeah, I know
Donald
that.
Trump is still very much a New York City Democrat at the end of the day.
Yeah. And he's never really changed his position. Like he's closer to God, maybe, but.
Well, yeah, getting shot at a couple times to do that to you, I guess.
That's
yeah.
Let's see. Who was around when I made that claim and asked that person that question? I was on Confluence's stream, I think, and I said to the people that kept talking like they don't believe in God and there's nothing there, and prove it and all this stuff, and I was like, it's funny that you say you don't believe, because when the absolute shit hits the fan, like you're falling off of a cliff, who are you calling out to in that moment?
Yeah.
And they're like, I've never done that. I've never done that. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you have.
Yes, they do all kinds of things.
Yeah, but he was a guy that was literally talking about going into rehab the next day because of alcoholism.
Yeah,
that was one of
the there is no God and I hate him.
When they're falling off, they're crying out, Big Bang! Darwin.
Yeah. Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said I told him like I never been to rehab, but I know what it's about because a lot of my friends have.
Universe.
Like, so it's learning Christ. It's submitting yourself to Christ. Like same with AA.
Tom Cruise is God.
Yeah.
It's just you can't fool yourself in the moment. You can't.
I've never seen an atheist on the battlefield.
That's for sure.
Dude, all the atheist boys, they were asking for crosses for their Humvees, fucking from the chaplain.
I saw atheists.
I've seen them.
That didn't stop them from getting crosses from the chaplain and putting them on their Humvees.
Well, I mean, the ones that I knew didn't, but okay.
That's a good question, Abe. Did you notice, or anybody who's been in battle, did you notice a difference in their fighting style or anything? If they're atheists,
I noticed people come to God after.
I noticed people coming to God in the shit and after the shit.
Gotcha.
Depends on the individual.
But it does. There's some that.
I'm just wondering. I was thinking, like, in terms of like self-sacrifice, if some people were more willing to put themselves on the line, or did it just didn't matter? You just did the job.
Unfortunately, we didn't have anybody that needed to jump on any grenades.
I think people are way too complicated for that. Actually,
yeah,
I think humans are messy beings.
No.
Yeah, fair enough. I just wanted to see if there was, if you did have a story or something.
But up to that anecdote, I have
correlation.
noticed more Christians, specifically Christians, not any other denomination, do things like buy people a whole working car because you didn't have a car. And just here's a car. I have never seen an atheist person be like, here's a fucking car.
I agree. There's a lot more of the idea of giving through Christianity.
Like I had a falling out with a friend who I didn't charge rent for a year. He was homeless. Like these tweakers stole his fucking Orange Crush bass amp. And like we showed up to their gig and took it in the middle of their gig and got it back for him. Like we broke this dude up. And still to this day, and his grandpa was a big Bible thumper, and bought him a car. And to this day, this motherfucker still says on social media, no Christian has ever done anything for me.
Shit.
Were you wearing your WWJD bracelet?
I guess not.
But before we get too far away from the whole battle thing, no one knows how they're going to react until they're in it. I saw dudes that were high speed fucking back in Garrison, right? They were, they were going to be set up. But as soon as fucking shit happened, they lost their shit. At the same time, I saw guys that were looked at as being shitbags in Garrison. And then when shit happened, they stepped up without a second thought.
Yep.
That's the gang.
I find that, like, I don't want to I hope this isn't a false equivalence, but I found that to be the same thing in like the oil field, hard in the patch. It's just like, this is fucking hard work. It's grueling work, and fucking, it roots out kind of, you can be weird, antisocial, and fucking anything else, but when it gets down to you're there for a fucking reason.
Actions speak louder than words is a pretty true statement.
Back in my heretical Freemason days, it was like the whole concept of rotting in the quarry next to your brother. We're all out here busting fucking rocks together.
Yep, it's a shit show. Like it's hell, and the population is you.
Well, the way I described like what it was like in Iraq is it's if you think of summer camp, right, where you're cut off from the rest of the world, and so the bonds that you have with each other is amplified because of that kind of that isolation thing, right? Now add in a country of millions that want to kill you, it intensifies everything, right?
And then add in the overtones, whether they're from the media or culture, just self-evident of like a religious holy war.
Yeah, even Abe was saying in another stream that it's like they would basically dress you up, like they pretend you're not pretend you, but they would tell people that you're like the boogeyman. Fucking slaughter all fucking.
No,
people didn't give a shit. People didn't give a shit about. You might not have personally gave a fuck about Muslims. I know I didn't, but like I'd be completely dishonest to say the pretext for the war wasn't derived from some sense of a holy war against the Muzzies, or else they're going to continue to terrorist attack us because they're backwoods, archaic Muslim fanatic extremists.
What I meant was when we were there, we didn't give a shit about the politics or even why we were doing certain missions. Our whole thing was we're going to come back. We're going to be right back in the fob. None of that shit.
That's just good soldiering. I mean, I was more focused on my Mustang that I had purchased on eBay and had shipped across the country. True story.
Well, I believe it. I think it's just funny.
I drove it off Gold Camp Road on Mount Cheyenne in Colorado Springs. It was fucking tragedy. Don't drink and drive.
Yeah, I did that, and at least it wasn't an expensive vehicle like that, or a beautiful one at the least.
It wasn't too expensive, but it was customized. I had it just the way I wanted it. And then I thought I'd be fucking some ate-up combat veteran thinking he's invincible, drunk out of his mind, driving way too fast on a gravel road up in the mountains. Part of that war demon.
Yeah, one of the things I remember the chaplain when we first arrived in Kuwait to come home was he gave a whole spiel, and he like made a whole bunch of insulting terms and said a whole bunch of screwed up stuff, and guys started getting up and they were going to come down and deal with him, and MPs came out and they're like, hold on, and he's like, look, I wanted you to understand these are the kind of things that are going to get said to you when you get home. You need to remember, go slow. If you let things get to you too quickly, that switch that you just had go off in you is going to go off, and you're going to do things you should not do back home, where you are not this person, where you can't act this way, where you can't destroy your enemy on the battlefield. And that sunk pretty deep in the moment.
I never even thought
me.
of that.
It was wild because our chaplain was like this yoked fucking buff midget, and it was fucking combat infantry badge, ranger tab, airborne air assault. Like his first tour, he was straight up with the 75th Ranger bat, dude, like putting in that work. And now all of a sudden he's our feel good chaplain. Ain't nobody gonna fucking try to step up to him.
I don't remember our chaplain whatsoever. And as far as coming back home, I came back in an entirely different scenario. I was medvac to BAMC, so it was different in that sense.
Our chaplain, after we capped the dude, Trigger Man, we had a little chaplain sit in. He came in and he said, you know, I know this is going to be hard for some of you. It's easier for me because everybody's the enemy. Good times.
Well, there's a certain level of the world is what you make it. Your perception controls a lot in your head.
Right.
If you tell yourself everything's screwed, you're going to treat everything like it's screwed.
Well, it's sad too, because that whole war is a part of that leftist zeitgeist of the belligerent Christian. Even though they capitalized off it, their own political party pushed for it, and everybody is capitalized off of America securing the petrodollar and ensuring our global hegemonic status. It might not have felt pretty. It might not have felt like you were the noble crusader or the freedom fighter who brought McDonald's to the Middle East, but we most certainly defended the petrodollar. And don't join the military unless you're willing to execute the political objectives of the United States.
I have a question. Like, so, well, how do you feel about basically being duped, like through the 9/11 thing?
I just told you I was more realistic with it. Like I realized that this is an empire and the Legion must march.
Mine was a little different. I was working at a timeshare resort and I saw an Army commercial. It was like, call 1-800-GO-ARMY, get a free t-shirt. And we were high. The security guard and I, we were smoking weed. I was like, fuck,
no
bro.
fucking way.
Yeah, I was like, fuck, bro, I want a free t-shirt. So I called. Never got that t-shirt, by the way.
And I grew up with
that's actually hilarious. That's a great story, man. That's fucking awesome.
That's
I grew up with a single mother. And
I know it is. I know it is. I don't know why. Like, well, I fuck that up every time I say that's a good story. Everyone's like, no, it's a true story. It's like, yeah, I'm not saying it's an actual tale that you're fucking a tall tale.
Yeah, no, yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's a good story.
That is a good story.
I just joined the Marine Corps to serve my country, and that's what came next. So,
good old.
Did you feel like joining to serve? Did you feel like that was fulfilled with your service, or how do you feel about that?
I feel like it was honorable to do so.
Did you join because of 9/11 though?
Partially, but it wasn't like I need to get over there and do something. It was like, let me lend a hand to our country.
For me, it was an opportunity. I'm from the trap in Kansas City, raised by a single mother. I was fucking born in the fucking war zone, born in the battlefield. So it seemed like a no-brainer. Go fight a war, get $20,000 enlistment bonus.
Fuck
you. Get free college. Get some social, some social and what do you call it? cultural notoriety, being a part of the veteran corps. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude, sign me up. I don't give a fuck what we're doing. Fuck them.
Yeah, the reason I asked that is because I got a buddy. He was in the Marines and he joined in, I want to say 2016, 2017, something like that.
Oh, you missed all the fun.
Talking with him about it, his kind of, I guess, I don't know if you want to call it regret, but like the way he puts it is he felt like he signed up for something and then he ended up going places and doing like training and things like that, and he never actually got to like do the thing he signed up for.
Yeah, because he joined in 2016.
Yeah, so
never got his
my
t-shirt.
story's definitely different. So I joined in 2003 and ended up in Fallujah, Iraq in 2004, just after like invasion and all the shit was the shit.
Yeah,
and came home at the end of that year and was pretty screwed up physically, so ended up having to be boarded out, and I didn't want to get out, but if you can't PT and you're too screwed up in certain ways, then you don't get to stay in. So there was a separation coming regardless. My intention originally was to be a lifer, to just go all the way till retirement, serve my country, do the thing, but that's not how it went. So,
I mean, yeah, it don't go the way I wanted. I joined in 04. I was in Baghdad in 05, right? 05, 06.
Yeah, that's what I joined.
Yeah,
So we were there at the same time too. I was in like the Deluya province, like 30 minutes north of y'all, around Anaconda, Palo Alto, Warhorse, Normandy. We jumped around all them files.
I was at Falcon, pretty close to oh man, what's the two, dude? The two big ass bases, dude.
Anaconda.
No. It's not Prosperity. Sorry, no, the other. It doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah. So while I was there, we April 20th, 06, right? 420 is appropriate. We were linking up with the National Police or whatever to do a joint raid, so we had to take the Bradley out. We've been going over there for a few days, and it was like the third day in a row. And I woke up, I was sick to my stomach. I could feel something, right? And I tried to get them to change our route or whatever, and the fucking sex sergeant just lost his shit or whatever. And we ended up getting hit by an IED, lighting up the entire Bradley. I was burned over 30% of my body. Brandon, our gunner, died. Everybody else was burned up. And so, yeah, I was medically retired.
What year was this?
April 20th, 2006. I was literally smoking on 420.
So that's like I remember we were getting ready to come home like in 07. We did a 15-month banger. In like the last couple of months, maybe 4 months or so, that's when the EFP hit the battle space, the fucking shape charge projectiles. Yeah. And that shit, like, it blew fucking all the doors off Top's Humvee, took the gunner's fucking leg off, took the driver's arm. Peppered Top, like he fucking looked like a G.I. Joe character now. But like that shit was wild. And I remember after the EFP, like everything was war. It was war. People were getting fucked up and we were doing missions and, doing the Lord's work and whatnot. But it still kind of had like a summer camp aesthetic to it until that EFP hit the battle space, and it was like, oh shit. Like,
you know what we did? We took the ballistic glass from other Humvees and mounted it onto the doors.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, by the time it was all said and done.
Glass yet.
By the time it was all said and done, you got an 1114 up armored Humvee, or the 111.7s. I can't remember the exact number.
Abe, I'm away from my phone and I'm about to start cutting something. Can you mute me?
But
sure.
Thank you.
It started as just the compressed aluminum fucking up armored Humvee, and then by the time we left, that thing was weighted down with all kinds of bullshit. You had the Frag 5 kits that were an extra panel of aluminum. Then you had like the doghouse that they put on top on the gunner's ball, yeah. And then you had the fucking like. What is that called? The reactive fucking caging.
The reactive. Oh, wait. Did you talk about the reactive armor, like what you find on a Bradley?
No. Like the reactive caging. It's not even reactive. It's just a fucking chain link fence that they improvise around your fucking shit. That way
to catch the fin of the RPG. Yeah.
That way the RPG debts before it hits the fucking the armor proper. Give you a little bit more survivability.
Yeah.
But you know, that EFP hit the battle space, it was blowing the fucking wheels off of fucking the Buffalo vehicles, where I can't remember what those MRAPs. Yeah, that shit was
ran into one night.
That shit was fucking wild. I ran over one EFP, and fortunately, since it is a shape charged projectile, it just took off the whole front of our Humvee. It was pointed up, so lucky.
Yeah, thank you both. Well, thank all of you. Actually, there's many veterans here on this panel, and I can't even imagine what it's like to serve. That's why I always find it kind of funny when feminists are like, "Yeah, we'd serve on the front lines."
Well, they drink in that propaganda of like female Kurdish snipers that aren't a real thing, or the sniper team female chicks that are in Ukraine. It's like,
right,
this is not happening. Granted, towards the end of our deployment, we ended up picking up like one female mechanic chick that was bored.
Yeah, we had one too.
And but she sat in the truck the whole time, and we only used her for like basically strip searching female local nationals.
Oh, you know what? We would take out a couple of female cooks if we were going to do a raid, right? Where there were going to be females. That was the only time, though. I was 19 Delta. I was a scout, so combat arms. There were no females. But I remember the first time we saw an MP company or whatever. They had a Humvee with a female driver, female gunner, female TC, female dismount. I'm like, oh my god, their first sergeant just wants to take them all out with one shot. Because if you think about it, if that truck is taken out, a lot of the issues
we're like oil and water. I went through basic to be a 13 Bravo cannon crew, but we all got recerted and retrained into 13 Fox Forward Observer. So basically, Cav Scouts, but
I was literally I was just gonna say that like it's crazy with the fact that women actually want to go to these kinds of wars, because it's like the only reason they're not there is well, no, they don't. Well, they think they want to, but the reason if they do go over there, and the reason why they're left out is because they'd be just cannon fodder, and then it hinders the rest of the squad. Would it not? If they're fucking if they're taking
several reasons. Men are stronger and faster. Number one,
they watch the Hunger Games, bro. They can get out.
I mean, no, I understand this already.
Number
obviously,
two, women in your line unit will ultimately undermine the chain of command. So sooner or later, when you put a woman around a pack of alpha males, someone's going to end up wiggling their noodle into her, and you've already lost it.
No women in my unit, so there's no women in my unit at all.
Basic understanding seems they're weaker, they're worse at everything military wise. They can't carry much. So if they're out in the middle of the fucking battlefield and they get shot, and it's like, well, you shouldn't even be here, then you gotta waste resources in a fucking battlefield to go get them to fucking.
I mean, there's the one per like 300, 1,000 or whatever that can pack the gear, but it's just not worth the fucking can of worms.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just a big nope.
It's like that one dude that knocked out that chick at the Olympics. They exist, but you take a woman like that,
Khalif or something like I think it was,
and then you take a male specimen that's just as crunk, and he's gonna win 9 out of 10 times anyway. So then what's the fucking point?
Didn't they revise the ACFT like in, I don't know, what was it?
No.
2020 or something?
They revised it and made it like generally more easy across the board, but there's always been a female standard and a male standard, which are two completely different standards.
Yep.
Yeah, and wasn't it true that as of 2021, 44% of women were still failing it, even with the revised TET?
Yes, like the women that went through the Delta and the Ranger programs, or the Green Beret and the Ranger programs and shit, they all got pushed through. They got dragged through that motherfucker.
They kept lowering the standards until they were able to quote unquote pass, and then they ended up not even serving in a Ranger battalion.
Even do that, they just kept it all separate, and they just pushed them through. It never passed the recon standard. It's actually quite disgusting. And then, like, you're supposed to have a failure period. They had a larger
redo period, and then they had a much longer like preparation period, and still they fucking dragged the program.
I've never passed the recon standard.
It's a joke.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I debate a lot of people on TikTok on that.
When I went through basic training, my drill sergeants had nothing nice to say about Jessica Lynch.
I don't think she came up when I was in OSUD at Knox.
They mentioned her at SEAL with not so very nice words. But no, that's not really her fault, though. I mean, she wasn't in charge of her element. She didn't join the infantry. I was stationed I went to basic at SIL, and then I was stationed at Carson.
I'll say I was at Hood.
Fourth ID.
Say steadfast and loyal, bro.
Steadfast and loyal.
I'm not singing that with you.
We're fit to fight.
Abe, every morning before PT, they would play the Fourth ID fucking theme song. I don't know the correct.
Our nation's bravest warriors.
You hear this fucker? And we would have to sing
Liberty's light.
First thing
our
in the morning.
Soldiers. Do the roar. You got to do the roar.
I'm not doing
roar for freedom. We're fit for any test.
Yeah, I was an 810 Cav out of Hood.
I was in 3rd and 29th Field Artillery Regiment.
Originally, I was in 112 infantry. I was in their scout platoon, and those guys, before I moved to 10 Cav, those are the guys that got hit with the CBS reporters in Iraq.
See, we got hoarded out to 2-9 Cav, so I have silver spurs. I got a Stetson. I did my spur ride and shit.
Yeah, I got my gold.
What's that?
I got my
gold.
Yeah. That's that gold Fridays, bro.
Gold for combat.
Yeah,
no,
bro. Friday putting on the Stetson and the Spurs. Oh,
no, they gave me silver because I'm not a Cav scout.
Yeah.
Did I get juice boxed? Was I supposed to get gold?
No.
Okay.
No, the spur right. Yeah, no, let's get silver.
Okay. Yeah, did the spur ride. Honorary member of the Order of the Spur. Keep on keeping on.
Did you have a Stetson, Abe? No, you didn't.
Nope.
But you don't even know how to ride a horse.
I do know how to ride a horse.
See, the Marine Corps uniforms
it was irrelevant. It was irrelevant because we didn't have horses.
The Marine Corps uniforms are awesome. But I'm gonna tell you what, though.
It just sounds like you guys are talking about jewelry to me.
A Stetson, boy, how it just locks everything into place and feels right.
Yeah, bro, like badass shit.
The red cord.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, this has been interesting, but I gotta get some sleep. So
have a good night, Mo.
Take care.
Hey, shot anything out?
God bless.
No, I'll see you guys next time. Later.
Sounds good.
I got to bounce too, not to sleep, but to do other things. Abe, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure as always.
Salute.
Go get an average female debater.
Yeah, you can see my name right there. Send me a follow.
Go follow her. Do it.
Doodles. Thanks, Abe.
Have a good night, Paige.
Thank you.
Good night.
Well, that turned into military chatter right quick.
Yeah, that can happen.
It's good. It's nice to hear, though. I'm not complaining about it.
When you get more than 2 veterans,
it's weird though. It's weird though because they're both Army and I'm a Marine, so like there's a complete disconnection.
Yeah,
we need
in a lot of ways.
Here to fucking
in a lot of ways
to level the playing field for you.
I don't think people even realize how different.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, our actions are probably the same. A lot of our stuff is the same, but like the culture or the even lingo and stuff is going to be different, which is so.
Well, it varies within even the Army, right? You're talking about support versus combat. It's an entirely different world. We had we had this one sergeant, man. He was like, "Look, I don't think any combat arm E1 don't give a fuck has to answer to an E5 cook. Period."
Yep. And we didn't. Boy, did we not do any of that.
All I can say is I'm a Marine. It's my combat action.
Robo Abe.
And
Sorry. Just had to say it. You're just trying to say some good shit.
Yeah, Matt, I got a question for you. I keep asking veterans. Were you ever told at any point in your military career that you couldn't open fire on people with a 50 caliber heavy machine gun, that you had to specifically engage their equipment?
What? No.
No? All right.
That's the same answer I gave. I never.
Me and Grumple got that lecture. Grumple was a Marine, so, and I've heard it from other people.
You cannot believe everything Grumple has to say. Okay, I'm just
No,
saying.
I believe what I was told by my chain of command and NCOs and.
Nah, bro, I'll put that 25 mic if I need to.
That's Bushmaster all the way, baby. Like it doesn't matter. What I'm saying, I said the same thing. No, we weren't told that. Are you kidding me? We had freaking Mark 19s and Madus and freaking everything.
It didn't stop. It didn't stop anybody from aiming at somebody with a 50 cal. Let me put it that way.
I'm just saying. Use the right tool for the job. If it requires that tool at that moment, you use what you got.
There was at no point was there ever a situation where someone was like, "He's not wearing an LBE. I can't engage him with this, crew serve weapon."
That's too long of a conversation to have.
No, I was just curious because, like, even Everest has an anecdote about hearing that shit too. So I'm like, we're like, our theory is that it's like some kind of remnant, like, military culture thing.
It probably is, because we all know, I'm sure you guys learned it too in military history, that like during Vietnam, there was like, they had to change to the silhouettes because people were shooting over the heads on purpose, because there was something inside the traditional human psyche that says you're not supposed to harm other humans. And for some reason, they saw that they were shooting high. And when they changed to silhouettes, then they started seeing a higher number of hits on target for enemy combatants. So
makes sense.
Probably has to do with things just like that. There was a culture prior that was like, you don't go overkill because there's something inhumane about that. Well, you're not being humane on a battlefield. So
humanity, I think it's more or less command and control over your troops.
Well, there could be an overshoot problem too, actually. You got an awful lot of penetration with Madus, so
I hate
where's that round going? Well, you know what I mean. Where's that round going?
Yeah, that's fair.
Because there ain't nothing diverting that round from fleshy mass of pink mist.
Our gunner's nickname was Slavery. He was a black half knuckle from North Carolina.
His name was Token, our black guy, and everybody would fight over like, no, come out with us, Token, because the black guy always dies first. We figured that'd give us at least one.
No, it was funny because it was all of us dark guys in the lead truck. Our gunny was fucking for you non-artillery types. Like, we have smokes and gunnies. This your platoon daddies. But Gunny was fucking a black dude from Alabama. And then Granados, obviously, Mexican. Myself and Slavery. So we had all the jokes about being truck darky.
Okay, well, a little further than what we did, but yeah, I get it.
We were proud. We were proud of it, man. We were fucking the spearhead. We led from the front.
We were all green. That's all. I don't
lead truck. No, there's a certain pride in being lead truck, though.
Oh, I don't mean that.
He was right about being all green, like.
Oh yeah. Is that light green trooper?
Didn't matter to us, man.
No, man, dude.
That's what we said. Like Jones. Which Jones? Blackface Jones? No, the light green trooper, the dark green trooper. That was Jones' nickname.
Patrick. Patrick was hated by every possible group. He was black, he was gay, and he was goth.
Oh,
like there was nobody that didn't hate him.
No,
bullshit.
That's Emmett's the trifecta.
That's
what
terrible.
the hell?
Like all our black dudes were
actual fuck.
We went to 6th Street so we're at Hood, right? So payday weekend, we're always down on 6th Street. We were down there one night. He had his fishnet fucking arm things on and shit with like a cane, his fucking eye contact shit. I almost got in a fight with a chick over this dude because we're out there. And this chick looks at him and goes, "Ugh, you're tacky." I'm like, "Bitch, who you calling tacky with your brown purse and black leather jacket?" I'm like, oh my God, how do I even know that's a problem? It was this whole big thing.
Oh no!
But that's my boy, man. You're not gonna call him tacky. Was he tacky? Absolutely. He looked ridiculous, but that's, you can't say that.
See, our black dudes were hood knuckles. They fucking gangsta, and they would no finer human beings to have with you in a gunfight. They was down.
I don't know. I think the problem in that unit was within.
My unit we ended up getting a presidential citation for the highest arrest conviction rate in theater.
I'm sorry, you guys were being arrested?
No, for the amount of raids we were doing. We were doing raids like daily.
Where'd you drop them off? You drop them off at
Abu Ghraib.
You got
Ryan, War
Abu
Horse.
Ghraib. You went all the way
You're
to
saying
Cuba?
you got a punk?
No,
You got a punk?
not Abu Ghraib. What the fuck is it? No. Yeah, there was an Abu Ghraib there.
I don't know, man. We took him to the Biff there in the green zone of Prosperity because they had a 24-hour chow hall, man. We did it on Falcon. So when we're out at night, we see you. We're hungry. You know what I mean? We're going.
No, we couldn't. Like, there's a couple of the fobs like Warhorse and Anaconda, and
it's so weird.
Liberty
too,
and Victory. Those are the two big ones.
That you couldn't bring POWs to. They didn't have facilities, and the Air Force would like chimp out, so you had to take them to O'Brien.
I swear they changed all the names after 2004. Because we
Yeah,
were
'cause
on
y'all
Camp
fucked up
Baharia,
everything.
and there was Camp Mech, and then those changed to like Camp Fallujah, and I don't know what Camp Mech got turned to. And we went and helped Camp Korea at one point because they had inbound
Koreans?
mortars take out like a huge amount of basically their motor pool was toasted. They lost a shitload of their freaking gear. We had to go down and do their IED sweeps for them for like 2 weeks.
They
We
wasn't
went back
running any counter battery fucking leg missions. Like every time
That's Greek, bro.
every time fucking Anaconda got mortared, our stupid asses were at the fucking shoot site.
Well,
fucking.
I'm gonna throw it out there. That wasn't our original mission at all to do like IED sweeps and stuff. We were like snatch and grabs throughout Fallujah. We were trying to catch Ba'athist party members that went underground. But when we went there, it was a freaking weird situation.
Oh, we were running raids.
All
but
of
I'm
a sudden,
saying
we're on weird freaking
that's not
IED
welfare.
sweeps and patrols and stuff.
Same. We
that's
mostly did
that's counter
SKTs.
battery mission.
We do SKTs and like Overwatch, right, for raids or whatever. But then like this is the dumbest thing I've ever had to do. Somebody was getting fucked up in their fucking AO, so we had to go, and it was like a square, right? And so for 4 hours, we had to drive that square around and around because they kept getting fucked up by IEDs, so we kept doing it. But these assholes, though, they didn't schedule somebody to come and replace us because at midnight, I don't know if you know this, it goes from PM to AM. Nobody took that into account. We had to do it for 8 fucking hours. I couldn't feel my ass because I had to drive the Bradley
That's so
that night.
stupid.
Dumbest thing I've ever did.
It's
Baghdad
a-
500.
shit like
that's what we
that.
called it.
That's a presence mission, and they are kind of stupid because it's like Haji knows who's in his battlefield. Like we had a specific three numbers painted on the side of our doors, and we're a combat element, so our vehicles are different than the KBR National Guard guys that are doing route clearance and security and shit like that. We stop and get out. You fuck with us, we stop, we get out. versus driving through. So it got to the point where they wouldn't even choose to attack us, even with like IEDs. Like they would prefer to attack some sort of a convoy versus attacking us because we're going to stop and.
But even each other though, because the shooting CI like Civil War was popping off at that time while we were there, so we'd be rolling. They wouldn't even hit us, but they would hit like the National Police or Iraqi Police, depending on who it is. It really, what the fuck? Like they didn't even mess with us.
That was scary. I had like a 2-month period where we were doing the whole MIT team thing, and I did not like that. It just felt so sketchy and so uncontrolled while you're herding these cats around. Half of them hate you. Half of them, the other half are fucking spies for AIF forces.
All right, I'll tell one thing, and then we can move on from military, so we don't kill Abe's channel with this if people don't understand it. So yeah, we're on this OP or whatever, right? and we're in this Haji house, so we have Joe motherfucker with us. That was our interpreter. This dude, I don't know what he did before the war, but it was some legit shit. He went missing for like 2 days, right? He finally comes back. We're like, Joe, where you been? He goes, oh, yeah, when I left, these guys, they grabbed me, they put me in trunk. I'm like, fuck, how'd you get away? They opened the trunk. Okay, all right, okay. So we're out there, and there's like these two groups of fucking Iraqis, Sunnis here, whatever, and they're just fighting amongst each other. So now we're on the wall. And Joe walks out in the middle of these two big mobs, right? And he's just Durka Durka Muhammad Jihad, Durka Durka Muhammad Jihad. And some dude comes up and tries to like shove him with the AK. And like a cartoon, he took that thing apart in like a cloud of dust, and it hits the ground. And then he walks back, like, and they all left. Well, Joe, what'd you say? I told them who I was.
We had 2 Turks.
That's it. He was a cold, but dude, he was cold, bro.
We had 2
only
Turks
one I trusted.
armed that we gave AKs to. The rest, like, it's sad too, because like one was a Kurdish dude, this dude Jackson, God rest his fucking cowardly soul. This dude would cry if some property got destroyed or people got beat up or offended or whatnot. So he wasn't to be trusted, and he was just always such a scared little bitch. And then he ultimately ended up getting kidnapped. They found him floating down the Tigris. His family couldn't pay the ransom. And then the cool dudes like MacGyver and fucking Fast Eddie, they're like American citizens now. We gave them AKs. They got broed up. They weren't scared to go hands on. I don't know. There's just difference in people. But I didn't trust the Kurdish dudes. For a completely different reason. I know they were supposed to be more of our allies, but they were just so soft and untrustable.
I'm done, Abe. No more, I promise.
Me too.
Feels like a different life, honestly.
It does. It's been so long, bro. I don't even.
You ever get imposter?
Feels like
do you ever get imposter syndrome when you like think back at it or look at some of your videos or medals or whatever?
No,
I don't really look at that stuff, but no, whenever I think about it, it
just feels like I was a different person.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I was born a different person and did that, and then I was like came back, and then all of a sudden I'm a different person here. I mean, I know that switch is still there. Trust.
Yeah, the switch is there, but that don't like what I'm saying is. For me, I totally have that imposter thing where it's like I don't even feel like that's me.
That's why I'm so chill, laid back all the time. Like,
same, bro.
Things don't make me freaking. They're like, why are you always so calm and laid back all the time? I'm like, trust me, there's so much worse.
Yeah, it takes a lot, bro. You know, I didn't even get PTSD, bro. I saw 3 different dogs when I medically retired. The last guy. I'm like, oh man, when I see trash bags on the side of the road, I freak out or whatever. And we're done. He's like, no, I don't see anything. I'm like, bro, did you hear the part about when I was on fire? He's like, yeah, but I'm just not. Blew my fucking mind.
I got yoked up for that.
We're all different, man.
Yeah, I do think that. I think some people. I think some people. I don't know, man. It radically. I had one chick I was on a date with, and she started asking, was my mother abused while she was pregnant with me? I'm like, what the fuck? Well, her reasoning was because if she was always in high stress situations or whatever, that it would affect the baby to where they would actually have a higher tolerance, so they wouldn't react to things. It came
yes
from a
and
chick.
no.
You know,
I think
in my case, probably.
I think there's a certain level of what fires together wires together, and certain specific things can create neural networks in the brain, right?
Right.
So like if whatever happens to you doesn't strike that specific chord, then it doesn't affect you that way. Yeah. But like I'll say when I first came back, there was a point at which like somebody flicking a cigarette at night for some reason in my brain triggered tracer, and literally I hit the deck. I didn't mean to. I didn't intend to. I wasn't even scared. My body automatically did it, and I didn't even know why I did it until after. So
I still can't run over a pothole, dude. I will dive across 4 lanes of traffic before I fucking hit a pothole.
it was like literally, it was an involuntary action, and it was often enough that it was like, oh, this is unsettling. I don't even know why I'm doing these things. There wasn't even a thought about it.
I think I missed a lot of that because I was in the hospital, and it recovery and surgeries and all that took so long. So I didn't have that out in the wild. I did a lot of dumb shit once I was back on my own. But
so we definitely had some big ID events, which like were loss of life as well as injuring. But a lot of it was just straight out firefight shit, and that stuff stuck.
Yeah, first time you hear it, bro. Like I've gunning, man. That shit fucking whips by your fucking head.
Well, and people don't understand too. Like,
I still hate
like
the first cav to this day, dude. Like of all the gunfights and IEDs, the closest to death I ever fucking came was from a first cav fucking soldier, dude.
Well, like people don't get when you're like on foot moving through, like in neighborhoods, you don't know rounds are coming down range. A lot of the time, you hear skipping, like you hear the skipping rounds off of buildings and stuff, and you don't even know what it is until it actually hits your brain. Oh shit, that's fire.
Yeah.
And then everybody's finding cover, but like at first, you just hear down the.
My first IED, I thought I just blew out a tire. I was like. It's like, Chief, I blew out a fucking tire. It's like, you stupid motherfucker. We hit an IED. Oh.
Man, we had 4. One was a Coke bottle IED in a fucking marketplace we were rolling through, like on foot or whatever. That one put me on my ass. Our first sergeant, he lost his hearing from it, but there was a couple more. But man, we had this car bomb outside of a mosque or whatever, right? So we call EOD out. They didn't drag it far enough away, so it blew up like a wall of the mosque. So now we had to sit out there until engineers came to rebuild it. And we're right off a major fucking highway or whatever, the MSR, and people just roll by, just tat, 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 just as they're going to work.
Otherwise, it could have gone down legally as a war crime.
Well, if they could show that there was animus and cause. Yeah, dude, I don't think... It's so weird because I don't think most Americans have any idea what kind of shit. Like we had one roadside that lifted the back end of an LAV and flipped it all the way around and killed half the crew in the back. And all the vehicles around it got shoved from the impact.
Yeah.
And an LAV is a light armored vehicle. It's like a Bradley, and it just ripped the whole back end off of that. Fucking lit everything up.
They had to bring 288s out to get our Bradley because the ID hit our fuel cell, lit the whole thing on fire. It cracked in half, and the turret just melted into it. That piece of shit. If you've ever seen the movie, what's the movie about the Bradley being made?
Oh fuck! Yeah. Oh my god, I know exactly what you're talking about.
It will piss you off if you ever been inside of a Bradley.
The cheapest fucking manufacturer. It's the same as a Paladin or the M177.
Yeah, man.
We also, because it was 2004, just after invasion. When we got there wasn't up armored anything yet. So there was like LAVs that had armor, there's Bradleys that had armor, there's tanks, obviously there was decent armored vehicles, but none of the Humvees, 7 tons, 5 tons, none of that stuff had armor yet. So we were like going into boneyards and scrapping vehicles and cutting chunks out of them to hang from our doors and stuff.
Transition period too, where you had some ballistic glass stuff. Some dudes would be rolling around in armor.
Putting sandbags on the floor.
The mechanic shops are improvising fucking doghouse fucking.
The first few weeks we literally had like rounds come through the back end of hardback Humvees. There's like water cans empty. We didn't even know a round passed through the vehicle back there. Like just all kinds of crazy shit that makes you go, like at any time, strays could have taken you out. Yeah, the other thing is Camp Baharia or Camp Fallujah was like right on the precipice of the city, right outside of the Cloverleaf, the big 4-way into the city. And at night, there would be stray rounds that would just come over the wall and we had all of our tents set along the wall because that way they couldn't come in at an angle because the tents were too close to the wall. But they'd come in and hit the pond because that used to be Uday's palace. The rounds would come in and hit the pond.
Gunner's Palace.
Just crazy shit, man. It's just random. There'd be a random stray freaking rocket or a random stray freaking come flying in, do damage to stuff inside the walls, and we're just all packed along the walls.
Well, I mean, you would lay there and be like, "Is that incoming or outgoing?"
Yep.
You know, because it was so often.
Yeah, I remember one night they're like, "There's inbound fire, get out to the barricade." So I'm like laying in the rack, and I'm like, "What's the point?
Right?
Like, if it's gonna hit me, it's gonna hit me. If it's not, it's not." Like it's
All
so
the
random
prophets
at
are
this point. It
losing
might
their
hit me in
minds.
the freaking. Yep.
It's a lot of
It's
effort
the
to put on all
bunker.
my gear to run out there just to find out it's bullshit.
No, dude, I've got patrol in like 6 hours. I'm straight. I'm going to bed. Fuck off.
Yeah.
You know the worst part was
So weird.
we would be on 4 or 5 days or whatever, and we would get quote unquote like 2 days off. But
Mhm.
those 2 days,
Your
you would have to
QRF.
either be up in the towers,
Thank
you
you,
would have
Nate.
to be in the
Big
talk.
10.
You know
Ours
what I
were-
mean? It was
ours
never
were,
a day
ours were
off.
our days off were QRF shifts. Hence
We didn't-
with the
okay.
fucking counter battery missions.
So I can't say that we had like days off.
Right.
There's no day off.
No, not really.
You might have a day you didn't go outside the
QRF
wall.
is
Right.
a 24-hour shift and 24 off, which you're going to be spending sleeping, duh. And then it's back to patrol for the next month.
We would have to do so much. We had a Humvee and a Bradley, and it was only Brandon and I because we had some shit go down early on, right? So we're losing guys and people were shifting. And new BC, like our new sergeant, he was a piece of shit and would never help us. So it was with Brandon and I. We would get back from a patrol or from whatever, and we would spend hours and hours having to do maintenance on this shit. Because I don't know if you know how a Bradley works so well in fucking Baghdad. It doesn't. Because the side skirts, all the bolts will shear off from the vibration. So you got to replace those every time you come. It was
so great.
Yeah, all the
Yeah.
beefists and paladins and cats and shit, all that shit just collected dust, and then it became theater property, and we turned it over to the next unit, and I'm sure it ended up in Al Qaeda's hands at some point in time.
We had a Humvee that we got from the unit before us. It wasn't up armored, but it was like aftermarket up armored or whatever, called the Green Hornet. That piece of shit.
Oh, the nostalgia. But I tell you what, I do miss being able to walk into a bread shop and take a whole carton of Miami Golds and just
Ugh.
toss like $3 American down on the countertop and be like, I'm taking this.
I didn't eat shit but the flatbread. None of that shit with the cream cheese bullshit inside of it. Only the flat.
Did you ever have the blowtorch kebab at the side of the road where they like literally blowtorch the lamb?
I had the flat bread.
Oh, you missed out.
But shit. I saw a dude.
After you get past the diarrhea stage.
See,
when you
this,
can
see, that's
start
what I'm
eating-
saying.
when
Why
you-
would I
when
want to
you
do
can-
that?
But you can start eating the local food. I'm telling you, the fucking some of them heroes like
We got invited
street-
into houses for food.
Oh, for
my
sure, all the
God,
time.
yeah.
People were like, "Hey, have a chai." You know what I mean? We
And
were
if you
going through a
part of the-
Mahala. I
if
was
you were
up
part
on
of
the.
people that wouldn't shit themselves. They'd put you in on them details. So you go there,
Fuck
you
that shit.
you'd have some fucking right, eat the shit with your fucking bare hands.
It might not be noticeable right now, but if I get sunlight, I become very brown.
Sure, I would
Well,
love to see that.
they said Abe was a quarter black, right? You ever
I
hear
thought that
them
was Garrett.
underground? You ever hear them underground stories that Abraham Lincoln's actually a black dude?
I have heard some of that, but
We were going through this Mahala. I was up on the gun. Brandon had to go to this minesweeper course where I guess they taught him to use a straw to poke in the ground until he hits a mine. I'm like, when the fuck are we ever gonna pull our vehicle and be like, hey Brandon, go out with your straw and see if you can find anything? It was
Dear
so
Lord.
fucking stupid. It was a waste of 2 weeks. Anyway, I'm up in the gun. We had this.
But we found all kinds of weapon caches with them bitches, though.
It's stupid. So we had to have this mortar guy come over and drive our fucking Humvee. This dumbass, we're rolling. The vehicle behind us calls like, "Hey, Red 8, you're like a lot of smoke's coming off your vehicle." I'm like, "Hey, man, did you take the emergency brake off?" He's like, "Yeah, dude, it's up." I'm like, "You stupid fuck." So
Dude, you just flared up my fucking PTSD. You said
Well-
red 8. Dude, if I ever hear like red, blue, or fucking white,
That is
because those
yeah,
were
red, white
all
for us.
those were all the 4th ID call signs. Red, white.
Well-
We were blue alpha.
So anyway, so we're going through this Mahala. I'm up with a gun, and the generator wires got caught underneath the turret. So I'll go, stop, stop, stop. He looks at me and goes, go, go, go. almost ripping me out of the fucking turret. We ripped down all those fucking cables and shit. All the power of the Mahala went out. So now we're stopped. We'll get some cash. You know what I mean? From our funds to give them. And they come up with this giant bowl of Iraqi chili, I guess is how I would describe it. I saw one dude eating it. I'm like, bro, you sure about this? He's like, nah, bro, I got this fucking stomach of steel. We didn't see him for 3 days because he was in one of those porta potties. And now the good ones, the ones with the foot things where you have to squat on top of it. I don't know if you've ever been in one of those. It's not comfortable because you can't sit on it like you do in America. You have to, 3 days, never saw him.
Yeah, try jacking off in one, dude. It's not an easy task, but sacrifices get made.
Yeah, thank you again, Long Haul Nate. Nate said, or Haul Long Nate. Nate says, I had a lot of cousins and friends. No, either didn't come home or came home different person. Glad you boys made it home. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of weird accidents there too. We had road marches where NVGs just were dying, and we had one guy freaking put a Humvee through a freaking one of the cement dividers, ripped the whole front end out of it. We had to send wreckers back out to recover the vehicle, like crazy shit.
Oh, we almost had somebody fall in the shit canal.
We had that. We did have that happen.
Yeah. 0507, the number one in our battle space, the number one fatality for U.S. soldiers was drowning in canal roads.
Those canal roads are no joke. We had freaking some of those road marches at night, freaking trying to clear them shits. We had rollovers and all kinds of stupid shit. Because you don't know what you're going to come across in the middle of the night with fucking janky NVGs. Like I swear they barely work as it is.
Yeah.
You're like praying you have a Starlight scope instead, but then you're like, well, I won't have any peripheral. It's like, it's so stupid.
Well, that and you're high speed chasing people on backwoods canal roads, on gravel roads that were designed for a vehicle a third the width of an American Hummer.
Yep.
Oh, and then they put their barricades out with like trash, so it makes a serpentine.
Yep.
So now you have to navigate that shit at night.
and then
it was such a pain in the ass, dude.
Yeah. And then during the rainy season, when all those roads wash out, like it's just one big never-ending silt mud pit. So next thing you know, you're driving along the canal, you kitty split. The next thing you know, you're sliding into it, and there's nothing you can do.
Bro, at Falcon, we had no road, no concrete. Everything was dirt. So we're there, and it's all mud. And then we go to Liberty Victory, and I swear to Christ, we went to Liberty Victory to get not the Duke, whatever came after the Duke for the IED bullshit in the Humvee. We had to go get it checked or whatever. They didn't even turn it on the first time. These fucks. Anyway, so we're there, and so we're in Humvee, and my sergeant, he's like, "Hey man, pull that Sergeant Major, see where the exit is, because it's so big, we got lost." And I was like, "Hey, Sergeant Major, man, we're trying to find our way off this base." He goes, "Yeah, I think I walked by the exit not that long ago." So I was like, "Put your fucking window up." Dude never left the fob. He had no idea how to even get off the base. They had a mall on this fucking thing, dude.
That's crazy, dude.
See, our sergeant majors got like ordered to quit going out because they kept hitting IEDs and shit, and the colonel was like, "All right, you're fucking done, guy."
Dude, our fucking
same thing with all our first sergeants too. Like our first sergeants and our sergeant major all had to be ordered to quit going out after the last 6 months of the deployment.
That statement blows me away. We had one first sergeant.
Yeah, I mean, I had one first sergeant. Yeah.
No, we had
like the whole of my
sister units. Like, you have your battalion fucking sergeant major, then you have your different company first sergeants. Well, all the different company first sergeants kept hitting IEDs.
Our squadron sergeant major came out with us one time, pulled over on ours, had us all pull over so he could take a piss. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, we were sent as a single company, so I didn't have like.
No, we were in these weird little.
We operated as a platoon for the most part. Not even the troop at the troop level. Most of our operations were at the platoon level, but you got to interact with these other assholes sometimes.
Now we were either with 2-9 Cav or 1-8 infantry, or I guess the last 6 months we did things by ourselves, but still all the rules and doctrine had already been established. They sent 2-9 to like Ramadi or something like that.
I miss
Ramadi.
Ribbits.
Lazy Ramadi.
Rip it. Oh my gosh.
Right? I've only seen them in the States one time, bro. We used to go to the
I forgot that
DFAC,
existed,
right?
actually.
We would take
I miss
pallets of
green
that
bean.
shit.
Green bean coffees.
Nah, bro, it's all about the Rippets and the hula bars. You didn't have that, Abe. I guess there would be
No.
hua bars for you.
Hoorah.
Yeah, I
Hoorah
said the same
bars.
thing. Yeah, we call them hula bars. Fucking, I hate hearing that.
I left my rifle at the fucking Pizza Hut on Anaconda, and I had to go get it back from the provost marshal with my first sergeant. Like
Jesus Christ.
I did not give a fuck, dude. It was just like, I'm gonna carry these pizzas back to my shoe, and I'm gonna go pass out. I woke up the next morning. I was like, "Where's my rifle?"
You didn't have a fucking sling?
Yeah, I did. I had a nice little rifle, Surefire, all that shit. That was like Gucci for the time.
I had the D ring attached to the iBest, right? And I took the 3-prong thing or whatever, and so that it would attach right there at the D ring at my high, so it'd be at the low ready, and so I don't have the whole strap on my back and shit like that. Fuck, I forgot what the name of it was for that rig, but it's phenomenal.
Dude, 1/8 infantry was so pissed off because like we got the same shit as a bunch of the Cav Scouts with the cans, ACOGs, M68 sights, all that shit. Like, what the fuck are you artillery boys getting all this shit for?
That's a fair question.
Well, you know, you gotta fear the fist. Ghost
Sorry, we're the
element.
poor boys. We just
So you
make
know
do
there
with
was
what we
there
got.
was there was red, white, and blue elements, and then there was also Ghost, which was a combined 2-9 Cav 329 Forward Observer operation, in which we did all kinds of fun, spooky stuff in the night and sniper missions, and it was a good time.
Yeah.
Except the sniper missions actually sucked because they weren't as exciting as you thought they would be. And
you know, it was a fucking
the one time the one time the snipers actually peeled somebody's cap back, we spent the next like 16 hours hiding in a fucking canal.
We had to do that for 3 days. They were rolling up on a truck and just with a mortar tube and hitting our fucking fob. We sat out there 3 days in the fucking rain, pissing on ourselves, waiting on them to show up. We do our thing, and we get back. Our chow hall was only open twice a day, but we got back in time, so we get to the defect, right? And they would have the cooks. The cooks didn't cook. They had contractors from wherever the fuck to come and cook. The cooks guarded the chow hall from like dirty soldiers. So we walk up, it's covered in mud, and the guy goes, "No. You cannot come in there like that." We're like, "Look, man, we've been awake for days. We've been, you know what I mean? We're trying to explain." He's
But
like,
they didn't let me. You guys got lucky. They said fuck off, and then we had to go fucking. I think we had some of them like Nubian.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. So yeah, we had an E5 with us. He's like, "No, motherfucker, you letting us in?" So he calls an E6. We're walking back. We happen to pass our sergeant major. Sergeant major's like, "Well, you guys get to eat, stuff like that." And we're like, "No, they wouldn't let us in, sergeant major. Who the fuck wouldn't let you in?" So he walks us over there, and he just tears into all of them. We got our own table. They brought our food to us. I think a lot of that had to do with the smell more than anything else. But we were able to eat, man. Pissed me off so much for this fucking cook to tell me I'm too dirty. I did too much to come in and eat.
No, you're like, "Look, Cookie, I'm coming in."
That shit happened to us, and then the other thing where the Air Force fucking security forces, their MPs or whatever,
yeah,
they kept fucking trying to pull over our QRF forces when they'd get a call, because Anaconda was fucking giant, dude. So you'd be hauling ass to the gate, and then next thing you know, some fucking loser in a Toyota Tacoma is behind you with some yellow lights on flashing, trying to tell you to pull over.
Fuck that. You're coming with us then, bro.
Dude,
you either peel off or you're coming on patrol. What are you telling me?
Exactly.
I'm not pulling over for a Tacoma.
There's literally like 3 trucks. 2 of them have 240 Bravos on the roof, and one of them with a 50 cal fucking Crows. Like, what are you going to do? First of all, and second of all, you don't have enough kit, but you can come. Exactly. But no, our sergeant major went over to the provost marshal's office and then let them know that very specific number pattern on the side of the doors. And then it ended up to the point where we'd fuck with them. We'd be rushing to the gate, and you'd have like one of these SF security force Tacomas in front of you, and you'd be flashing them, you'd be honking, be like, yield for an emergency vehicle, pull the fuck over. They wouldn't pull over, so you just like jump the curb and cut them off.
You know, those pussies get hazard pay if they have to dare stay on a army base. Like if they, even in the States, if they stay in one of our bases, they get like hazard pay and shit like that because of the inhumane treatment of
I was the
being in our
man,
presence.
Oh, please.
I was the man because of one fucking security force chick. I don't know what happened, but we tried to pull over this truck, and I jumped out and started lighting up the back of it because that's what everybody else was doing. And I guess a bullet ripped through the trunk and whatnot and hit the driver in the buttocks. So, like I said, Anaconda doesn't have a POW, a jail, doesn't have a jail for people.
A biff, yeah.
So, like, we had to put a dude on him. He had to have armed sentry escort him everywhere while he was receiving medical treatment. So I got voluntold
Wait, you
for
didn't
that.
just give him a tampon and keep rolling?
No, we had arrested him and took him back to the base.
Give him a fucking tampon. It's simple.
And no, fortunately, his wound was found superficial. This dude actually ended, after their interrogation, they had murdered a dad and a kid over some like honor killing bullshit. And that's why they ran from us. But anyway, fucking, I'm doing my century bid with him because apparently I'm the one who shot. I still contest that. I don't think I shot him. But anyway, I had to do the fucking.
I gotta go, guys. But yeah, you know,
I think I'm gonna head out with Amos as we're taking that break because I'm starving.
Take
You gotta-
good
Good night,
care.
gentlemen.
A good one.
You got to hear the end of this one though, Mad.
All right, I'll stick around for that. But then I'm really going for
So-
real, no cap.
So fucking. It took forever. The hospital doesn't have like the correct plugs, so you can contact your CP.
Yeah.
But whatever. My relief ended up showing up. I got the message out. I finally figured out what channel I could hot to get a hold of my battle captain, and relief came like way later than it was supposed to, but it finally came. And Anaconda's huge. It's a 2-mile fucking ground pound from where I was at the hospital to where they keep the fucking dirty, nasty legs and the grunts. So I asked this fucking security force chick, cute little blonde, to give me a ride back to the fucking cop. And I tell you what, it was nice. It was nice. She dropped me off at the CP. She even gave me a little peck on the cheek because all the dogs were out front fucking hooting and hollering. I thought I was a pimp. I must have jacked off for like a week thinking about her.
Boy, I'm glad I stayed for that story, that ending. I had a good time, man. That was fun. Alrighty, I'm out. I'll see you guys.
Gentlemen, have a good night.
You have a good one.
I think I might raid this off.
Yeah, I need to put my ass to bed. It's been too late. And I'm sorry we derailed your whole fucking episode with war nostalgia.
I mean, shit happens.
No worries.
See, back in my day, we used to just straighten boys up by sending them off to war.
Back in your day.
Don't you feel old?
I am old.
I know.
I don't feel old. I am old.
I feel old. I'm in denial about being old at this point in time.
Oh, I've accepted it.
Right? That's all we can do. Rage a little more against the dying of the light.
Indeed. Indeed. So, I guess I ought to decide where I'm sending people. If I'm going to Teriyaki or if I'm going to Kira Knightley.
I'm gonna hear that thing. I'm gonna hop off. Y'all have a good one. God bless. I'll see you at VK.
Sir, have yourself a good night. God bless you. Oh, and
It's a nice night out.
It's a nice night out.
It's quiet.
Is it?
I'm looking at the moon. There's some deer in my yard. They're now running away, but
Are they your friends, though?
no,
Nice
they're
to see
running
you
away
as
from my
well.
voice.
Schlep Rock. This was good. I did a good review at the beginning, and we got some good back and forth about culture and marriage and all
No,
of it.
it was a good panel.
And then some good people got a taste of what happens when vets get together and chit chat.
Yeah, like
Well, at
I
least-
said, like I enjoyed it. I enjoyed just listening.
At least on the Army side. I don't talk too much in depth about it usually, but you know,
Yep. No,
shit be
understandable.
crazy.
Are you thinking Kieran or who are you going to raid off to?
I think I'm gonna send it to Terry.
Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense.
Sure. Unless you think I should send it to Kieran. Is there a good reason to send it to Kieran?
Well, I mean, Teriak's going to have good content for the chat. People still watching. Kieran's still
true.
I mean, Kieran's, but then again, Kieran is just beginning. So yeah, I can't make that choice for you, brother.
Well, I'll just send it off and you can all guess where it's gonna go.
There you go. Dark Abe.
Indeed. Indeed.
All right, brother. I'm gonna head out. It was great talking to you. Great chat with the great panel, I should say. But yeah, you have yourself a good night, and God bless you.
You as well. You as well. Have a good
Later.
night. God bless you. And to the chat, God bless all of you. Let Teriak know. Or, well, I guess now you know, right? I'm sending you to Teriak. Let him know that he's receiving a presidential raid from Abe. And on that note, have yourselves a good night, and God bless you all.